Good morning, everyone. How are we doing out there today? I hope that you are doing well. Great to see so many of you. Thank you all for the streaks, for all the chats, all the messages. Hope you're all doing well. We'll be getting started in just a moment. Bear with me. Okie dokie. So if I do this. Good morning, everyone. Fantastic seeing you all. I hope that you are doing well. Hello, everyone. Hello. I do indeed rise. I am here. I apologize profusely for how late I am. Not my intention, but hey, sometimes jobs are a bitch, right? Morning. It's morning when I start stream, Andy Finley. Excuse me. Just getting things sorted for in December. It's taken a little bit more than I expected. Let me just do this. 1 second. Let me just do this quickly. Hello, Thurston over on YouTube. How are you doing, bud? There we go. I'll put some commands in. I'm definitely developing a cough, which is not what I wanted. Curse Raven, you're going to play this. Is it good? I mean, I've really enjoyed it so far. Excuse me. We are 3 days in, about 20 or so hours. Lost One Pro, I'm really sorry to hear you've had some bad news. You are always free to lurk here, bud. You're always free to drop me a DM if you need any, you want to discuss or want to event anything, One Pro, you know how it is. I hope that you're doing okay, bud. Hope you're doing all right. 16 degrees feet here. That's cold. But yes, we're going back to what Curse Raven was asking from YouTube. Yeah, I've really been enjoying The Last Caretaker so far. I think the game itself is really, really well done. It's a really good take on the survival crafting genre. It's very different to other games which could be quite similar to it. If you were playing something like Raft and you played that before and you've enjoyed that, you could, at a glance, think this is very similar. This has a lot more depth to it than Raft. I'm going to be completely honest. I think this has got a lot more in it than those kind of games. But I hope you're all doing well out there. We are going to get stuck in. I've been thinking about playing this all weekend and only just about managed to avoid logging in a couple of times. So you will probably remember that we got distracted coming to this little island on our way to go and launch a human into space. There's a lot more game in this game, and the roadmap for the game, as you say, which I will get up because I've shown it a few times on stream recently. Last Caretaker, store page. Their roadmap is really interesting as well, starting with Christmas 2025, so very, very new. and then moving into the next kind of 6 to 8 months, including new vehicles, multiple times, underwater locations, combat changes and improvements, the deep. We love more game in the survival crafting. It seems to be, to me at least, there is as much game in this as there is in something like Subnautica. And to be honest with you, the same level of thalassophobia, because if I do this, you kind of get terrified by the depth. Yeah, not the one. Not a fan, really. Ooh, biomass. I will have the bioorganics, though. We get a forklift. I would love a forklift for Christmas. You know what, chat? If you want to get me anything for Christmas, get me a forklift. That's what I'm saying. That's combat music. Why is there combat music? That's the noise when the shark attacks the ship. Well, connect to the electric rifle. There we go. Now we can properly have combat music for a reason. You can leave me alone. You are a big stinky butt. Yeah, thought so. Thought so. Hello, G. How are you doing? Absolute pleasure to see you as always. We killed the shark, chat. I'm cropping the bottom of the game. What do you mean? Oh, yes. No, I see what you mean. That should have fixed it. Let me know if that's not fixed it. It looks like a little bit of duplication of the input, so I've fixed that. Thank you very much for letting me know. Hello, Little Ham. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Little Ham wasn't made aware of my my meltdown this morning, I don't think. Which is probably good for Little Ham. But I did make a very nice spreadsheet, that's for sure. Looks like they've took good care of their creation. Indeed, Cursed Raven, they really did, and I think they really do believe in it. I think that a lot of people who make survival crafting games are very passionate about them, and I think that for things like you listed a few good games there, you know, Raft, The Forest, well, Sons of the Forest thing is the new one, and they're all games where the devs kind of cared enough to keep the game going probably beyond what might have been sensible, but I think there's a huge amount of promise in this. There's a huge amount of game in the game already, and I've had a great amount of enjoyment just by playing through all the various bits that I've done. I really don't like being out in the water, though. I'm going to be honest with you. I've still got the lack of trust that I learned in Subnautica. So when I go out here, I like to swim along the surface and just, like, ignorance is bliss what might be beneath me. We're just collecting up some biomass and some seaweed and other things, because this biomass is what allows us to basically create biodiesel, which is how we run our ship. And we need some of that if we're going to be going on an adventure to this objective that's 3.5 kilometers to our flank. Slept 2 hours of last night, worked, and then went to an hour of physio. I mean, Ham, there's a reason why I made sure you had Wednesday off, because unfortunately this morning we've got somebody who's got a medical appointment, but I hope that you managed to get some rest for the rest of the day. It's a short day for you, but Again, let me know if you can't, and we can always go from there. How much water have we got here? Yeah. How much power are you using? 10 kilowatts. Yeah, we're still good. We're good. You reload the page, and now the audio visual desync is fixed. That's sometimes what Twitch does. Oh, look, free stuff. Our favourite thing as a British person, free things we found at sea. Obviously, Curse Raven, they have said that because of the interest in this, they are looking at doing co-op, when introducing co-op. The thing I would say about this is that any game which is designed, for example, Subnautica, to be a single-player game, functionally is very, very different once you get to the stage where it needs to be... Oh, that's why it's not working. It needs to be functionally reworked from quite like a large stage in order to become a multiplayer game from a single player game. The crash out ham, that was simply because obviously for in December we want to be, well, we need to be very, very organized, and unfortunately we didn't have half of the stuff we needed to go live and do that well, so I've just rebuilt the entire organizational structure of in December this morning so that we can actually, you know, put on a good show and everyone can get the information they need, and we've reviewed all the games and they all make sense and blah blah blah. It's just, it wasn't what I wanted to do at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Monday at the start of in December when I thought we were all set up and ready to go, you know. Okay, full 100 throttle in reverse, anchor away. At least it wasn't at 6 AM. Well, I wasn't awake. It was basically as soon as I saw all the messages. And, all going live, etc. Obviously adds a little bit of extra time pressure on it. But how was everyone's weekends? What did you all get up to? Have you all had a good time? It wasn't documenting Sabu's war crimes. Look, if I was documenting Sabu's war crimes, I would have needed to cancel today's stream, because, you know, that's more than a one morning's job. You know, completely organizing a month-long event and reconfiguring all of our organization for it and all of the information, that's a morning's job. But Sabu's war crimes are something else entirely. I'm going to catch you in the net. What are you going to do about it, Shark? I'm just pushing the shark around at this point. I like how, as we're reversing, the amount of fuel we have is increasing, which is very funny. Where did the shark go? I feel like I might have scared the shark off with my boat's ass. Either that or the shark is beneath my boat. I'm not sure which one is more alarming. Canada uses me as their when all else fails call Sap. That makes sense. I can believe that, Sabu. Oh, of course, yeah, we're running on electric power only. Because we're trying to save our diesel. At the moment, chat, we're in a position where we've got a delightful human egg. I know you might not like this. This is human 2.0. They're less messy, they're less loud, they're smaller, they take up less space. Human 2.0, much better than human 1.0. Look, this is, we call him Blob. He is, he's got an intellect of 65. He's apparently 56 centimeters tall. He will live for 65 years. To be honest, and he's got focus and empathy. I think he's a pretty good human. Like, I think we're pretty happy with that. I'm sorry, but this box needs to go. Only the two of us said goodbye. Repair everything while we're here. Shark Summer's going to they despawn? Oh, that's what Alpha, it doesn't tell me. It's you can decide, Alpha. What would you like? What would you prefer for Blob? Some jobs he's 100 in 1 or 2 stats, so he's pretty dumb. Nah, he's fine. He's fine. Also, Curse Raven, I imagine that you've played games like Icarus and other kind of very co-op based games similar to this then, if you've been an enjoyer of that genre for a while. Like... It's alright, we'll get more boxes, don't worry, Thurston. Curse Raven, I fully understand that. Yeah, playing games with your friends is it's a very different experience, and sometimes, like, especially if they're away or busy, like, yeah, no, it can be a bit, it can suck when they're busy. So I'm hopeful that you can. I'm gonna say that something here is bugged. Okay, if anyone asks, that didn't happen. I think what we're gonna do is just be a little bit more careful about some of our cabling choices and the ones that have dropped below the ship. So anything that's going through the ship, I'm probably just gonna quickly, I'm just gonna do a bit, but basically a bit of a cable check. Make sure nothing is too janky. You're a bit janky. Okay, you're gonna stay janky, fine, whatever, I guess. Let's get rid of this pile. That's probably not helpful. Ooh. I love bright blue glowing color. We'll turn this on. No. I should dismantle infrastructure that isn't producing while I'm doing stuff. You are tight and connected. You are all... I think, like, maybe my water... It could be my water production that's not ideal. See, I've never gone around to play Icarus. You're invested in Pal World, are you, Curse Raven? That is very... I mean, I'm looking forward to Pal World doing a few changes next year. There's a lot coming up on Pal World that I'm interested in, so... Let's see. We don't need that connected anymore. We're just doing it for laziness. We do want to get... Okay, that's probably not a good thing. Leaving lots of ammo is probably not the best idea either. Ooh, delicious. Let's see. Let's see. I wonder what else might have caused that. We'll never know. I mean, we will possibly know at some point, but... Okay, so on Friday we configured all of the storage. Now what I'm realizing is that I don't remember how I reconfigured my storage because I did it like 10 hours into the stream and wasn't really paying attention to what I did. Okay, we can do that. Yeah, that's where the glowy stuff gets stored. Iron, I think, went over here in the middle. Yes. Copper. Okay. Okay. We're not doing the worst. I could have labeled it. That would have been more sensible, I guess. But hey, put that Chronos guy, I guess. When is the release date of PAL dating? Okay. PAL dating to me does sound like an April Fool, so I'm going to be really honest about that. Right. Let's also do this quickly. We're going to switch off of the electric rifle for a second to use a flamethrower. Before we go, I need to get some more biomass. You really love exploration and exploitation games? Yeah. 4Xs have always been my thing. Survival crafters have always been my thing. Pal World hits really well for, like, the Pokemon memes as well. Like, you know, whatever you want to say about it, there's a certain similarity between the catchy mechanics, and if you enjoy Pokemon, you enjoy Pokemon as a kid, you'll probably enjoy Pal World. Like, you know, it'd be hard for me to make that, to not make that claim, you know. And I'm really looking forward to something that's coming out for Pal World next year, because it looks like they are doing an awful lot of quite cool development. They're doing some cool crossovers. I think they're doing Overkill. It's real. That doesn't sound real. Those don't get damaged. Right, a number of people were saying to me that they don't think that the high level, the tier 3 solar or wind power is worth it. And I wanted to have a conversation about that with them. So if anyone has an opinion on that, let me know. Let's connect the Petroflow to the flamethrower. So I've got petrol. These do not give very much biomass at all, sadly. The flamethrower is fun. T3 solar is okay if you have surplus rare materials. T2 does not be very aggressive, T3 does. I imagine that repairing the wind turbine then makes it very difficult. Okay. Those two done. Ooh. Glass, etc. That gives me 2 biomass for the whole. Sneaky little ticks. There we go. Ooh, where are you guys? I have to play Abiotic Factor. It is on my list of games to play. Is Abiotic Factor fully released, or are they still doing DLCs, etc.? Biodark. Okay, more of that. Make sure that we're checking these containers, because sometimes they contain useful things, or sometimes they contain stuff like that. Biodark is useful. I don't know who sprayed that with petrol. It wouldn't have been me. I would never use a flamethrower in board all of these very delicious and, you know, vital supplies. The ads are indeed here. Look out for the Thorbot chat. Make sure you unscrungle your spine. Curtis Raven, yeah, I mean, I think my concern on Subnautica 2 is that Subnautica 1 was so damn good that, like, how do you beat what they did in Subnautica 1, you know? And I don't know if they can actually live up to what they've done so far, more than anything. Like, it's gonna be difficult for them. So I imagine that the delay is largely to make everything land the way that where they want it to, because ultimately you can only release the game once. And so I think they want to make sure that when they deliver Subnautica 2, that it hits as hard and as well as Subnautica 1 did. You think 2's just gonna be one but co-op? I mean, even... Are you guys doing me damage from underneath there? Yeah, apparently so. Gross. That said, I would like to do some multiplayer Subnautica. I think that would be it'd be a great experience, especially if people who you're playing with haven't played the first Subnautica game. Even funnier. I mean, how many of you... I know that happens above me. I'm saving a couple of these for biomass farming, but I'm just trying to get rid of the really annoying ones that are in the way of me harvesting all of the delicious loot from this area. We don't need any metal. We don't need plastic. I could have sworn I saw... I did. How did you get under there? Weird. I mean, Subnautica hit in a way I think unlike a lot of games do. Like, it gave you the right level of fear, but also discovery and exploration. I would say that how many people, and you can just put an X in chat, how many of you think you developed thalassophobia because of Subnautica? The fear of the open water and the deep of the sea beneath you. Because we all thought it. Hello, Classic Buster. How are you? It's great to see you, bud. That is at 1969. So why are you only at 1700? Could be the staging one, I guess. This one needs to be full. Why does it think it's full? Okay, well, fine. Is it weird you think the Leviathans are cute? A little bit weird, yeah. Is it down to the durability on them? That makes sense. I don't quite know how they're damaged. You don't like the smell of the ocean or being in there? Not Subnautica, but Ark Survival Evolved Ocean. I mean, yeah, no, when you're just swimming around and all of a sudden, oh yeah, there's a megalodon beneath you. Or, you know, a kraken. That's now empty, so we can destroy... reclaim this, and we can properly prepare by taking all of the resources that are just loose in the bottom of the boat out. Oh, well, thank you very much, Shadow Wolf. I hope you are doing okay, bud. Good to see you. Big legal case after Craft and bought Unknown Worlds and then delayed to avoid paying the 3 founders payouts in the game. It's certainly going to be an interesting one, Delchant. Jade, look at we're getting some fun rare resources. Once these are full, we will close off our water production, so it won't be needed anymore. You should be the biomass drop-off area. You are. We love harvesting biomass. Favorite part so far, I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, Delchan, I'll be honest with you, that's not even that abnormal. What you will like what people will do in that kind of situation is they might just ask the question to get the answer of an understanding how complicated the matter is. Because if you ask ChatGPT a question, it will tell you, it'll normally tell you as a user how complex a matter is that you're thinking about. And if it mentions, you know, oh, you'll need to get lawyer advice, blah, 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 some people will use that to kind of be like, okay, yeah, that is as complicated as I thought it was. So I don't think it's a massive, it's like a massive gotcha of some kind that they use ChatGPT to answer a question. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I think you'd be disgusted at how many corporations out there have big CEOs who are Googling those questions or have been asking those questions for decades. They just they're asking ChatGPT because it's faster than asking an internal comms channel. Which is sad, yes, but it's also completely normal in the world of business, I would say. Sadly. Connect this to my rifle. Where were you? You just are you hiding? Do you hide from me every time I pull the gun out? Yeah, did you see the shark too, or am I imagining it? Did I imagine the shark? I could have imagined the shark. I might be going mad. I'm suddenly cold. The shark's right behind me, isn't he? Well, it's not, but this is, so... Kaboom. Without the kaboom. Isn't the shark like rats in London and you're more than 2 meters away from one? It does sometimes feel a bit like that when you're playing these games, I'll be honest. It's very funny. You know that when you're in London, you're never more than 1 kilometer away from a Londoner. Very scary. Because actually we're looking forward to Subnautica 2. What the company's been doing, don't feel comfortable supporting the game. Wait and see when it comes out. Don't pre-order. Don't buy the hype. I think with all of us, it's about waiting and seeing. And to be honest with you, Subnautica is, we only feel that way because we were so drawn into the original world. So it is only, you know, because we are such big fans, because it means so much to us in terms of as a game and as a development, like that's why we care so much. So I don't think it's wrong for you to care about it at all. Boom. I've gotten a little bit too used to doing that, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I definitely take it for granted, and at some point that shark's gonna kill me. Did you know that when you're in London, you're in England? No, you're in Londinium. It's different, Delchan. You're in the former Roman Empire. The former and once again Roman Empire. As in Roman all over the country. Did I get all of them? Or just some of them? Sometimes when you hit a pack like that, the blast from if you charged up enough will get them all. You're no match for my trusty crowbar in the water. Okay, maybe you are. Maybe there's a lot of you, but maybe you're also an excellent source of biomass. Where do they go? Give me more of those delicious bits of biomass. That was way too high. That worked. Yeah, I need to jump into the water, but I also really don't want to, because look at all these really lovely friends we have here. Although if I do hit them with electric blasts, we get a lot of free biomass, and I do love biomass. It's basically how I can fuel my ship. The sights are slightly out at a distance, I'm going to be honest, with the waves. Where are those? Where are the delicious fiskies? Oh, there was only one, and I killed him. Roman everywhere but London is your goal. That's how the Romans were. They used to just walk around the country, go on a lad's holiday. That's where the British learned it. Oh, another shark. Do you think we can have 2 sharks ready for dawn? We can have 2 sharks ready for us in the morning. Okay. Let me do this. Londoners, they ruined London. I think, to be honest, the problem with Londoners was the way they were like, you know what, we're gonna go on a boat and go everywhere else. I want to do a big shout out to Alpha for their resub, Tibbet Snow for the resub, and Christmas as well. All 3 of you guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you all very much for those. I know that I was a little stressed this morning, so the fact that you guys are all here hanging out and chilling really means a lot to me. Getting stuff sorted for in December is never easy, but you know, it's like I've always said, it's always part of the job, and like I do have to put that before I put the stream. So that's the same with most streamers who have, you know, full-time jobs to do on the side. Good morning, Luther, buddy. How are you doing? Good to see you. Here we go. That's sunrise. We can harvest our sharks. You are... No, mobile Twitch should... So I'm sorry to hear that. You are always welcome to lurk. We shouldn't be stuttering. It might just be Twitch having a problem, though. How's the stream? I've got no drop frames. Oh, I do have drop frames. Hang on. Sorry, chat, but give me 1 second. Twitch is having a problem, it seems. YouTube, can you still see me fine? Those of you over on YouTube, could you just let me know if you can see me correctly? You can see me, you can hear me fine, there's no stuttering over on YouTube, yeah? Is that what you're saying? You can see chat, but no video. Can you put an X in chat when you can hear this and see this over on Twitch? Apparently I'm offline. What? Okay, hello. How are we? Are we laggy? Everything looks okay. I do not know what happened there. Twitch was struggling, and then OBS started struggling, and then the whole thing just crashed out. YouTube, can you see me? Are you alive? You won't be able to see any gameplay yet. I've closed the game because I wasn't sure if it was my system or not. Well, that scared the fucking bejesus out of me. We'll see what that does to the stream. Obviously not ideal. Let's get everything set up again. Sorry, bear with me. Something is very upset. I'm just gonna keep the task manager open. Okay, thank you for sticking with. I apologize profusely, and that's obviously not what we wanted to do with our time. I think we should be better. Twitch logged you out from your account. Okay, I think Twitch just had a real moment. It may have been that it dropped my stream key and was simultaneously trying to stream my stream and not stream my stream. Okay. Okay, let's give it a minute. We've lost about 100 viewers. That's awful, but fine. All right. Thanks, Twitch. Well, thank you for bearing with, chat. I appreciate it. That's one of those classic moments that we love with Twitch. It's almost Twitch. Like, our metrics are massively important to us and are the basis of all the business that we do. And when you do things like this and fuck it up, it makes all of us very, very upset. So they'll migrate when they'll only start doing any mitigation as soon as they know that streamers are having any issues. Yeah. Fabric. We do need more fabric. We always need more fabric. We're going to reward ourselves by a shark that we prepared earlier. And here's one we prepared earlier, chat. Make sure that we grab as much of this material as we can. No, we won't leave anything behind. And remember, we just try to avoid looking below the water, because if we can't see it, it can't hurt us. That's how that works, right? You're not upset, just disappointed? I mean, that's how I feel about Twitch quite a lot of the time, really. I mean, Raven, that's exactly why I want to start doing more over on YouTube. It's something I've been interested in doing for a while, but it's about finding the mental space to do long-form videos, because for me, like, getting to chat to you guys live in the moment is very easy in that it's quite reactive. It doesn't take a huge amount of my brain power to see what you guys say and react to you, because I'm not having to put on a face, I'm not having to try anything, I'm not having to do anything differently. Doing a long-form video, you need different kind of skills and different kind of capacities, and it's something that doesn't come as naturally to me, so I think that I won't be as good with long form at first. There's some things that I want to do, and if it's like, you know, short videos about something I'm interested in. I mean, I can take it or leave it, Rory. Take it or leave it. Okay, let's save again, because, like I said, deeply suspicious now. You're certainly having a morning. I am indeed having a morning. Maybe I should just go to bed and restart the day. Maybe that would be better. Imagine if you could do that. That would be so convenient. And the ads don't need to run, so you can be delayed by about 10 minutes. There we go. But it's just thinking that the ads need to run because it thinks it restarted the stream, apparently, when it didn't. It should still count as the same stream. Let's reward ourselves with some of these. Let's take 2 points in 2 sets of 5 in scrap, I think it's a 50% on scrapper. Let's finish our hall mastery up to 200. Then let's increase our overall... Let's increase our power by another 1 kilowatt. Oh, another 0.1 kilowatts. It means that we are a better battery. Well, I do appreciate Alpha. I do appreciate it. If Twitch is having issues and it stops the stream from going live, worst case scenario is we'll do colonization and resource gathering tomorrow instead. But it would be a shame because I have been thinking about this since Saturday. So like, I was like, I want to go on and play, but I can't because I'm not going live. Which is a nice feeling to have. That's how I know I'm enjoying a game. If I want to go back even on days that I'm taking away from my PC or I'm doing other things, like, I know that I'm enjoying a game at that point, so I don't tend to mind so much. Can I restart morning? If I restart morning, it upsets quite a lot of things. You have to remember that like there's a trade-off for using your powers. And it's not always worth it, you know. Just for my well-being, restarting the entire. I mean, do you know how many people I have to sacrifice if I want to restart a day? Like, it's just not. It's not a polite thing for me to do just for my own benefit, you know. I sold dispatch to you during the streams. You got called into a meeting. Oh, that sounds about right. Ooh, I've got a delivery coming tomorrow. A very exciting delivery. I've got some monitors coming tomorrow. Should be nice. I mean, how would you know I haven't restarted it all? See, that now you're asking the important question, Serena. Now you know what's up. You get used to talking to nobody and think out loud. We might start to back for YouTube. I mean, I guess so. That would be kind of how that works. I think with YouTube, the long form stuff that I want to do isn't necessarily going to be... Oh god, it might end up being React content at first. I think I just need to have a... I think what it really is I've not spent a lot of time on YouTube for about 5 years, and so I don't really know what's the norm and what's expected on the platform anymore. Like, my only time really on YouTube is moderating content, which is obviously very, very different than most people's use case of the platform. Is it extra large Bailey stumbles against limited? He's taken some, I reorganized the living room and he's found some really, really weird spots. So we've got an empty cardboard box for the TV from when we moved it that we've taken out the loft and we're going to get rid of, because actually the TV that we've got is already like 6 or 7 years old. And when that TV goes, it's just going to go. Like, we're just going to run it into the ground, like, you know, use it until it stops working kind of thing. We don't need the box for it anymore. So at this point, it's just the boxes in the living room are to be flat packed, and he's now decided that he likes to lie along it lengthways. It's only about 9 inches, maybe 12 inches wide. Well, not even, it's definitely not a foot wide. 9 inches wide. He just likes to lie along it. And then I put a, as you might have seen if you watched if you saw the Daily Bailey yesterday, he's currently really taken with a bean bag that I put up on a coffee table. He got very, very upset when I put a blanket on it earlier for him to sleep on more comfortably. So at this point, I'm just not moving it. That's how this goes. Short form content, then videos from past an hour. The idea of doing a stat each video for an hour terrifies me. I have no idea what I'd do. I just chat shit for an hour. I mean, I do that already. I do that for like 8 hours a day. I've always done that. It's supposed to be part of my job. I was a lawyer. Who am I kidding? All law is just chatting shit. That's kind of how that goes. Okay, we're doing pretty well on biomass again. Okay, poop, seaweed, biolight, biodark. We've got a lot of bioflesh from the sharks. That's not too bad. How are we for power? I'm actually not doing too badly. We're doing okay so far. I don't like that noise, so let's do this. Nope. We do have to make progress at some point, I guess. You are right, chat. Who am I kidding? You can make the most ancient text sound the best by talking about shit. That's not even the truth anymore, though. Most of it is realistically about who can do the best research. There was a really interesting set of cases done with Google a couple of years back where Google replaced the entirety of their legal team just with a strong AI, and basically reduced their legal team down from like 20 heads needed to about 3 because AI could do all of the searching through all of these academic libraries internally and look at relevant case law. So I think there are some parts of law which are very much suited to AI. Trawling through vast amounts of data is something that AI is really good at. So actually, I do unironically think at some point you will see AI in the legal field. That's a thing. I mean, it's close enough that it would be silly for me not to grab this, right? I believe the Americans call it a buoy, which is weird. AI for text processing is really good. A tailored LLM for knowledge management. That's what I think Google were at one point proposing on doing. Mattress. Look at all that fabric. 4 fabric scraps. Just what we needed. Fabric is rare enough that any opportunity to replace our supplies of it, we should be taking. Also, if anyone spots the shark, you should shout the word shark in all capital letters in chat. We're on Shark Watch. Maybe gaming with people would help a YouTube issue. I think that I will do some gaming with people for YouTube. I just don't, you know, it's about editing and doing all the long form videos and stuff. It's horrifying. I did make my first YouTube video though, so I do know how it works broadly. Yeah, see, that's the problem. As long as there isn't any hallucination of it and it's been correctly checked. So the way that the Google case study that I remember reading worked was that the senior lawyers fact checked and read everything and made sure of it. But it was the gathering of case law and other things, which the AI could just trawl for through their existing documentation, like all their existing archives. But no, if it's a hallucinating law, then it's not good at that's bad AI. So that's pretty much how it works. Okay, net is down. We're gonna keep heading towards our objective, which we can't see anymore. Hallucinated case law presents in actual court findings. See, but that's bad, very bad. You use YouTube as a VOD repository. That's pretty much how I use it, Ham, at the moment. But like, I should do more with it. You're a butt. And now you will be food for our delicious, well, for our delicious vessel. Wait, no, our vessel isn't delicious. I'd like to make that clear to any visitors. Nothing delicious on board this vessel. Thor got a, yeah, Thor did indeed get a December Bezos. Not necessarily an in December one only, but it's usable for the whole of the month. Because the whole month is in December. The challenge was we were discussing whether we should be creating one for each individual game, because that would be like 70 plus of them and a huge amount of work that might necessarily like work or might not be necessarily visible, because those games aren't going to be like, people don't know the culture and the content of them beforehand, whereas something like Arc Raiders, for example, you know, with the little Thor bot, you kind of understand it already. Can we get a Thor, Santa, or Krampus maybe when we're close to Christmas time? Are you kidding me? Is that even looks like one of the high-tech ones, or it might be the aluminium. Yeah, it's the aluminium. It's never the basic iron scraps. It's always like the expensive scraps that we don't get. Okay, nothing to be alarmed about. And away we go again. I think that navigation really looks a lot further, sorry, it looks a lot closer than 1.7 kilometers, but it should be right. I mean, what is it that those of you who are over on Twitch and on YouTube, because people who will be on each platform will actually consume content in different ways. Those of you on Twitch, what is it that you would watch on YouTube? And those of you on YouTube, what is it that you choose to watch on YouTube live versus long form? Between the sins and the saints, weeks and it takes, and we keep living anyway. We could definitely get a Thor Grinch or a Thor Krampus or something. I'm sure Nellis and I could work on something around most of what I'm doing for in December, which I'm going to be honest with you is a lot right now. Documentaries on YouTube are great. So if I had like a specialist topic that, like, you know, I could just do like a little 10-minute video and upload that. Is that the kind of thing you might enjoy? Things that are timely? Okay. YouTube content you can't watch live while you work. So Luther is saying that Luther uses YouTube for pornography. Thank you for that, Luther. Appreciate that. Mod advice, VOD. We could do some mod advice, talking about some moderation stuff. I'm not sure what I'd show on the screen for that. We could do some of the unbanned stuff on there, or talking about how one will deal with an unbans. Yeah, shorts I would normally do out of context clips or snapshots from the stream. Yeah, there's a few of those. I'm not necessarily as funny as other people, but there are a few that would work. There are a couple out there. What is that huge complex in the distance? Jesus. That looks like it must be the space launch location, right? Yes. Do this. I could definitely make another floor out of those tanks. He didn't like being shot in the back. Another shark. We love the sharks. Okay, well that shark launched me into the air while dead. We're gonna put that down to wave mechanics, I guess. Electric shark, do exactly, was it? I think it was moldy shark, wasn't it, last stream? Shorts of advice? I wouldn't necessarily. I don't know. I don't think I've got as much to impart as other people would do for that one. I can't believe they blocked Twitch at work, but YouTube is fine. Like, there's more shit on YouTube that's less work-friendly than Twitch is, in my opinion. I once got in a lot of trouble at work for watching work-related videos on YouTube, which was wild. Like, I can't believe I'm watching YouTube today. I'm watching the podcast by the regulator on the topic that you have set me to write you a piece of report about. Like, what do you want from me, dude? Like, ridiculous. No, it wasn't. I'm not. Yeah, challenges like that wouldn't motivate me. It's not in my nature, I don't think, to work like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly, Oglaw. YouTube content is often more educational than Twitch, so easier to leave unfiltered. I think so. I think easier to leave unfiltered is probably, yeah, about the main reason for it. YouTube has higher competition, which that's very true. It's a very different type of content. The YouTube, I mean, there's a lot of discussion around whether YouTube does actually allow you to do different types of content anyway, because a lot of people will make second or third accounts for various things, and it's all very convoluted and complicated. And you know me, I've got a very simple brain. Unban requests in 40k theme. There's been worse ideas, you know. Maybe I'll do something really specific, like I'll review, you know, gauges of hex key. Really niche specific content. Good job, Del-chan. I'm glad you remembered, bud. Oh, that's an angry shark. Come on, a little bit closer. Just a little bit closer. Nope. You're not going to come any closer. You're going to get distracted. Okay. Well, I don't really want to go swimming in the water at nighttime, but I guess I'm going to have to. Oh, this is why I don't want to. Biomass creation. Ah, I didn't miss. Didn't hit any of them. If you can hit one, basically the AoE blast from the shot can kill a bunch more. Oh, I missed that. Shark in my shark killing adventure game, exactly, Alpha. That's what we've got here. We've got shark killing, we've got shark jousting, we've got waiting to collect the shark's body because there's loads of leeches in the water that are going to try and eat my soul. You know, all the fun things that this game has to offer. On the bright side, the shark has a really, like, kind of post-apocalyptic way of lighting up the environment behind your ship, which is obviously what I look for in a game. Sorry, 1 second, chat. Hello, I've returned. Sorry about that. I had to go and get an Amazon package, and they wanted a password or something to make sure that I am who I say I am, and I'm not, you know, secretly like, you know, Sabu in disguise. Look at all this delicious bioorganic material these guys are giving me. I love it. I love it. Keep arriving. More of it. More bioorganics. And then, when it's daytime, we'll jump into the water and grab all of this stuff without these leeches eating me. Did I just scare them all off, or do they all just despawn? I think I scared them off. Must have scared them off. You've never seen Sabu? How do we know I'm not Sabu in disguise anyway? The sounds of our voice. We sound very different. I am who I am. That's all I can be. Exactly. Unless my password is Gouda. Yeah. Probably one of my favorite Dutch words, just because of how wrong everyone actually says it, and I had no idea all this time. I'll take the free organics, I guess. Why is there always a cloud over the location that we want to go to? There's never a cloud behind us where we're coming from. It's always a cloud where we're going. Up in thoughts of you. So sad they cancelled this film. Not film, this TV series. Is that the correct pronunciation? Yeah, they pronounce their G's with extra phlegm. It's like a louder. Like imagine you're trying to like roll your R's but with your throat while you're saying the G. So rather than you get Curse Raven, you know, it's such a very good point you made in your last message. That was the delivery of the monitor arm for the monitors that are arriving tomorrow, by the way. Those of you who are asking why I just vanished for a second. Everything is indeed fine. They needed a 6-digit password that Amazon hadn't told me because I hadn't closed and reopened the order. Oh. Did I land on that? Okay, I didn't know I could do that. New 6 months. No, I'll be replacing 2 of my monitors with an ultra wide. What this should allow me to do is to have monitors set up separately so I can manage gaming better, like playing a game and having like the stream open better. And then when I move to 2 PCs, it will make it more manageable. Ultra, what was this, America? That took me a second. Grab all of this again, stop myself from blowing up my ship, which I've definitely never done because it was over encumbered. Honest, you can't prove anything. I'm basically killing the sharks because I like the color of the materials that comes from them, which is a really weird reason to be killing sharks. And if it's ever taken out of context, I'm probably going to get in a lot of trouble for it. Didn't blow up, it just went airborne. I lost a ship like that earlier, although I think I went airborne a few times. Let's see, let's deposit all my biomass. How are you doing? 7 kilos, you're fine. Let's resume our journey towards our destination. I know it's taken us a while, but you know what I'm like, chat, I get distracted. Throttle to maximum. Your new favorite Dutch phrase you've learned of is peanut butter. What is peanut butter in Dutch? Because now I'm curious. Although if I start itching from you saying it, then we might have a problem. I'm not that allergic, don't worry. Oh, come on. I don't want the shark bad enough to stop again. We can't stop every 400 meters. What, Pindercast? Is that how you say it? My problem with Dutch is I often use the German or French ways of pronouncing stuff. Oh, there's an angel up there. Nice. Okay, so if we come into this one at a very hard... Okay, that's an infested... Oh, that's infested and then some. Look at this place. This is gonna suck. Are there any mooring spikes? There are, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna need a lot of shard ammo. Take all of that. None of the rest of it is actually that useful, so we can take that. We can reload this with more shard ammo. That's useful. Then we take a cable from the electric rifle, add it to my Oni cell. Boom. I do like the electric rifle. I'm going to be really honest with you. It's kind of neat. Are you leeches? No, you're mosquitoes. Oops. Alpha, you don't need to crash out. I know that brain paralysis sucks, but you can work through it. Just take time. And if you're suffering from brain paralysis, the important thing to ask is why. Are you focused on something that you might, that you're basically, it's not meeting any of, you know, in-cap for you. In-cup, sorry. Interest, challenge, pressure, passion, urgency, that kind of stuff. You're crashing out over auto mod? Oh, fair enough. I frequently crash out over auto mod. I think you're fine. I really don't like the mosquito swarms. They're horrifying. Do you want to not fly in front of my shooting? That's probably not the most helpful. That one's just not popping. Let's go onto the shore for that, I reckon. You need to rewire your Destiny monitors. You're currently lacking the mental resources to do it. Maybe try doing it in different, rather than doing it in one go. Try and find a way to segment it into stages, would be my advice. Especially because that's a huge amount of work to do on your body as well if you're not used to doing a lot and you're going to completely rebuild your desk setup. That's what caught me out the other week. Nope. Oh, I'm very surprised I managed to make that. I think I wasn't close enough to... Okay. Okay, so what we can do is we can do the cable from the electric rifle and we can put it onto that. We'll fill up the megavolt backpack. We can then disconnect ourselves. We can reconnect the electric rifle and the megavolt. We can take one of our mooring lines and I can yeet myself over here and miss. Nice. Didn't work out. I mean, we didn't need the fuel storage that was on the side here, right? That wasn't remotely important. Sort of like the painting task I've been putting off. I need to repaint a bedroom wall for weeks. Finally decided I'd just do the edges first. 2 hours later, I'd painted the entire wall. You start exactly swimming in mind. Sometimes you have to break your tasks apart, and actually it makes it easier. Compound tasks are remarkably difficult for our lizard brains to want to do. Whereas if you can... Oh, bust off the fender there. If you can take a task and break it down to component parts, it's actually a lot easier for our brains to find it kind of malleable and functionable. Our brains are really easily overstressed. It's remarkably terrible. Whoever designed them, I'd like a refund, I'm going to be honest. You'd like a refund on your dyslexia too, yeah, but you have to spell it on the form, and that's very difficult. Come on, mooring cables. That's better. This should be at full. Yes, let's do that. You wrote so much on that. Dyslexia is easy. Nice. Dyslexia is look, I have, since I was young, really enjoyed reading. I think that if there was like one learning difficulty of any kind that I would hate to have the most, it would have been, given how I've learned to read, dyslexia. I'm sure if I had dyslexia, I wouldn't have enjoyed reading the same way, and it wouldn't have become the same escape for me. But, I don't know. You're supposed to talk about it, describing, get feedback, self-reframe. Exactly, Alpha. And like, you know, knowing, when you're trying to build your desk setup, what you're really trying to do is anticipate all of your own needs in advance of you needing those things. Which actually isn't easy to do anyway, even when you're fully able to do something and you're really enthused. Forward planning for your own needs isn't always the most easy, because you don't know until you sit in a space, for example, you know, what you're going to need from it. You don't know that, oh, that setup and that organization is going to work, but you try and think about that all the way up front. Often I found that having a setup that is there and functional lets you get more input each time on how you want to improve it the next time you do stuff on it, and so on and so forth, until you iterate on it over and over again. I mean, like, a number of you know, it took me 4 days to do my desk last time, and I ended up taking it back to pretty much exactly the way it was. You were eventually able to learn to read now quickly, now reading about 2 books a day. Awesome, well, I'm proud of you, Dragon Daddy. That's an awesome level of change, and like that's going to have taken some concerted effort on your part, so good for you, bud. It wasn't until about 9-10 years old when you fell in love with books and boom can separate from them. You struggle more with the writing and spelling than reading. See, human brains are fascinating and also shit. Well, that did its job. Who needs Power Wash Simulator when you can have Electric Rifle getting rid of invading biomass simulator? Dysgraphia, not dyslexia. Wow. That's the other thing. I think that in recent years, research into it has gone on. So, oh, there we go. We've got the ads. Wait, what? That was strange. The ads are indeed here. Like the difference between dyscalculia and dyslexia, really interesting. You know, dysgraphia and how dyslexia affects you differently. So I find the human brain really interesting. And if I was going to do education for learning's sake, and because I was interested, studying the various bits of kind of chemical physics that are involved in brains and the way that kind of like the human brain development works would be something I would be very interested in doing. Like reading, but when your brain is being a bastard. Okay, fair. You find aphantasia reading. Sorry, interesting. You have to learn about it to know about more to a specific degree. I think it's something that's worth reading up on, Luther. It's certainly a very interesting, certainly very interesting difference in people. Oh, wow. Okay. Not bad. It explains so many things. I think it's really interesting. Now you know why the H2O tank's damaged. Oopsie. No, Alpha, it's my pleasure, but thank you very much for the kind words, and thank you for the 100 bits, but it's, for those of you who aren't looking, chat, Alpha said, chat, I hope you have a beautiful day. I appreciate all of you. Cronus, I know you had a rough start, but thanks for streaming today. Thank you for being here, Alpha. Like I said, I could go live every day to like one person, but the fact that all of you like choose to be here despite me having issues like the stream going down, or, you know, despite, you know, me going live late, I really appreciate that, because not everyone would. And that's the kind of support that really makes a difference on me, so thank you all very much. Issues equals content. I'm not quite sure that that's how I want to do it. Baby Doll Bites, resub with Prime for 5 months. You're an absolute legend. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying the EP Bailey. He's so cute. The little snuggler. Oh, I damaged H2O with all the stuff I throw on them. Oh, that sounds like it was someone else. It couldn't be me. See, look, it's perfect. These are perfectly fine. See, there's no damage to them whatsoever. That must have been someone else. I'm blaming the shark. That's why we attacked the sharks. They've been damaging our water tanks. I mean, Ham, yes, you do. Especially on a Monday. Like, you know, when you're not on stream shift now. Don't blame me, man. Blame it on the double. Ham knows Ham chose to be here. Ham's just being extra French, don't worry, chat. Like eating your battery? Yeah. But I'm right next to my boat, so I don't really care. I'm stuck. You're just upholding the French-British banter? Perfect. You mean British and Greater Belgium? No, I wouldn't ever imprison anyone to watch the stream. That's just, you know, just occasionally, maybe coerce, maybe, you know, like, that's how they know their families are safe, you know, kind of thing. They do make these look very imposing at nighttime, I have to say. They've done a very good job of the environments. You can't go underneath another one? Is that what it's saying? I mean, we don't really need any more battery storage. I just kind of want some. Oh, is that too far away? It is. Fine. Try one of these. I'm also interested in the fact that there's no large batteries. That's an interesting choice and tells me something. Large batteries when? The 12 kilowatts we can store in here. Expand my my power a little bit more. You like Canadian French? Do you like it more than full French? Is that what you're saying, Ham? Because I would agree. You need to learn more French to get promotion or job, but I have as long as you need. That's good to know. The idea of needing to have certain language in order to get a promotion kind of seems strange, but kind of also makes sense at the same time. So, you think dialects are neat? Let me introduce you to the UK, Ham, where we have a new dialect every 20 miles. Which always makes me laugh every single time. One second. What's a mile? It's like 1.6 kilometers. Take a kilometer, divide it by 8, times it by 5. That's how you work out how big a mile is. And if you don't understand, then you're probably not American enough. So, yeah, you can decide about that. The amount of times I'll say some words while living in Manchester as a local looking at me as if I spoke a completely foreign language. I mean, yeah, that sounds about right. Nah. Have we got leech producing blobs up here? Oh god. Yeah, apparently we do. Whoops. You didn't know there was a math formula for a miles to kilometers conversion? I mean, there would have to be, because, you know, otherwise how would the rest of the world deal with America? Or British when they're discussing how fast to go. Why does that sound like breaking glass? That's kind of cool. I like that. The new GPU, 32 gigabytes. Wow. It's going to look... we're getting to the stage where, like, GPUs are going to start looking like leaf blowers. That's what's going to happen. You're going to need to have, like, enough ability to process, like, you know, in order to mow your lawn. Oh look, they're all dead. From a make sure I get as much of this biomass as possible overnight, because biomass is basically how, at the moment, we're traveling everywhere. And the more of it we have, the better. Oh, it sounded like a bunch of them just popped in the light. Let's try and lure some more of them in. I'm thinking there's probably a bunch of leeches between the boat and the land. Never do this, chat. If you're ever by dockyards, never go between a boat and a static object like this. Never do this. I know that the game lets you, but it's really not one to mess around with. Just in case you don't know. You'd be shot. I mean, I've seen someone lose a hand down a gap between boats, and that stuck with me. I think I was 9 years old when that happened. They reached down to grab, I think it was like their sunglasses had fallen down between the boat and the side of the pontoon. And the sound of their wrist has stuck with me for like more than 20 years. Not something you ever want to do. Never, don't like it. They look slow. It looks like you could do something about it, but it's not safe. Don't do it. If I ever give you any advice that you actually listen to, never go between a boat and something like a jetty or a pontoon. I don't ask that you guys listen to me a lot, but that's one of the ones where it really is worth doing. You've done that with a raft, and it was painful enough to find out what a bigger boat does. Even a boat, if the boat is above your weight, you don't want to do it. Ever. You don't even want to think about it. If the boat is the same weight as you, you'll lose. I mean, that just takes the piss. Even a canoe, I mean, look, a canoe is, if it's, you know, just fiberglass, so be it. But again, you don't want to risk it with anything. Like, it's just not worth it. If that was a sailor and it was a rule, never put any part of your body between a boat and anything else. Not unless you want to lose it. Yeah, Freya, exactly. Yeah. I've got a long naval kind of tradition in my family. My great-grandfather would have been on board the Titanic if he hadn't had flu, which would have been very interesting. I found that one out like 3 or 4 years ago. I was speaking to my my grandmother, and she was like, "Oh yeah, you know." She just kind of came out with a bunch of stories about each other that I had no idea about when she had some kind of moments of lucidity, and I was like, "Okay, geez, fine, wild." Like, her and her friend used to go sit on the roof of the orphanage in London during the bombing. There have been a couple of dropped frames, yeah. I think we've dropped a couple of 100 frames since the start of the stream in the last hour, but there's nothing that's been dropped recently, so that one might not be this. That one might be a U-end, but then again, I wouldn't rule it out because I didn't get a warning of the one that happened on Twitch. So if you're having problems, maybe try a refresh and go from there. Your dad ran away to sea at 16. The Merchant Navy was apparently a better option than national service. People make a lot of choices for themselves. That's, you know, it's important that people do make those choices, and they'll have had reasons they would have done it. Yeah, that you never needed me to, yeah. I don't like, I mean, those ones make sense that they drop wires, like I've said, but it's the leeches that I don't like that they drop wires. 900 of diesel in this one and 400 this one. Let's put it all into here. I may have lost quite a lot of diesel by blowing up those ones in the dock. We're not going to talk about that. Some passion, so you. These aren't needed. These are the old, like, these are the first tier of wind generators. It's not going to do us anything here. These look like Lumimaxes, though. These could be the big ones. They are. So these ones are functional, but highly, highly damaged. What do they need to repair them? See, at that point, again, at this point, I'm better off just dismantling them than taking them onto the boat. She's out on the road trip. Yeah, exactly. You know, what else are you going to do in London when you're a kid during the Blitz? Wild. A Chronos quake? Was that where I kicked the desk? That does happen sometimes. It hurts like a bitch. A short iron beam. So what did everyone get up to over the weekend then? Christmas prep and packing, etc., or traveling back from Thanksgiving? I imagine a lot of our American friends are. Hello, Waldpfane. How are you doing? This is indeed the Last Caretaker. Yes, we are now 3 days in. I think we're doing okay. We've had a couple of crashes and bugs, but nothing insurmountable. I'm really enjoying it. I think it's got some really kind of like nice, unique mechanics that other games, you know, probably haven't had. The fact that we're now dismantling someone's help sign is neither here nor there. I did then, yes. Yeah, we have got a few more, Alpha. It's Twitch's end, I can't do very much. OSRS sailing was your weekend? How was sailing? No, I knew that it spelled help, I just didn't care. I'm not here to help these guys. They are long dead. We've got Blob, you know, human 2.0. We don't need the old humans. We have new humans which are better. Work for the most part. Boring stuff, work, house chores. Oh, wait, I might as well just do this. I don't need to build this. Just directly connect the base up to my ship, which is the whole point of making the ship the way I made it. Hit that one, reel it in, finish charging myself. Connect this onto the electric rifle. Electric rifle. We'll empty our inventory so we've got less stuff that we're carrying around, so we can go back in and carry more stuff because we love stuff. One really cool trick you'll only appreciate: if you say a number and someone says the next number, you can track delay within a voice call. I mean, yes. If they say it immediately, yeah. Okay, we are going to take out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 400 plain ordinary biomass. We're going from 910 liters in one diesel tank. So we're going to see how much 400 creates. I don't know why they're disconnected. We'll see. Dealing with a disordered biological clock that woke me up for a hostage train in the morning. I hope that you're you're alright, Timid Snow. You're 100%. You're 101% done with Last Caretaker. Now you're waiting for more locations to see. So Warframe, I believe that around now they are actually introducing more content based on their roadmap, which is on their Steam page, which I can open up quickly. If I go back to their store page and I do this, it looks like Christmas 2025. You should be a habitat node questline, new modules in forklift, warehouse, caves, basketball game, night vision, and money trash. So it looks like there should be a bunch of new content coming. And then obviously it looks like staggering every month or 2 months there's a bunch more. So it's basically a matter of when you want to come back to the game, bud. Like, you've got lots of options. It's a bit like with June. They're letting the game cook. They're making a bunch of changes to it, and I'm pretty happy with that. So we'll play it through now, and then when it gets to like full release, we'll probably play it again. Because, you know, for a game like this, like full release could still be, you know, 2 years away. It depends on how much they want to do with it. That's kind of how I felt with quite a few survival crafting games, but this one popped up because, you know, it's very similar to Rav, which I've played before and very much enjoyed. But it's also set with, it's got robotics, it's got new tech, it's a bit different. And it's also very story focused. I like the idea of the narrative. I also don't like how the doors are so barricaded up. I haven't got any cables left. Okay, so we're going to need quite a lot of cabling to take this out, but we've actually got 1,000 litres of fuel, which isn't bad. We'll see how much we're getting from our delightful biomass production. And then we'll add another 1,000 in as well from this place. It's still processing it all. Oh wait, I think our cables are up here. More materials for me. I love materials. That there. How much have you got left to process? We're nearly halfway through. Okay, nice. Stop all the lovely presents inside from spilling out? Well, I imagine so, but we've got some power. We'll leave this doorway because I don't trust it. And we can just go in through this door, which is fine. Well, this is creepy. Gonna need plastic and an iron. Num 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 num. I don't want to think that they might be like, I don't know, worshipping or praying to the broken angel or something. The robots seem to have gotten a bit weird in the apocalypse chat. I'm going to be really honest with you. Like, there's a lot that's wrong here, and like, I'm not really very comfortable with it. There's a lot we still don't understand about what's going on. Ooh. Lots more. With some health. I like having a lot more power storage. I like having a lot more carry weight now, because we can actually, you know, go and be reasonably useful without overloading ourselves too heavily. Give myself some more power. What do you need to repair? So we need 5 iron and 1 plastic for our jobs currently. You might start to grow your hair. Any recommendations on male-oriented hair management products? Hair ties work, and I'm using hair clips to get weird looks. I mean, I haven't got to the stage yet where I necessarily need to clip my hair up or tie it back. Occasionally, like if I'll be honest with you, I'm literally just using shampoo and conditioner. That's literally all I'm doing so far. And just giving it a good brush every, like 2 or 3 times a day. It's kind of the main way I'm managing it at the moment. Washing it every 3 days has been quite good for it, really. Depending on what I'm doing. Other than that, I can't necessarily recommend any specific management products for like keeping it out of the face, other than, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, you don't need male-oriented products. Any product, like, I know this is gonna be out there, but like, girls have been dealing with long hair for a lot longer than I have, and I'm gonna be honest with you, they've kind of got it down already. Like, hair bands are just kind of, hair ties, like, you know, they just kind of make sense already as is. They can't be that much more efficient. And like, I'm not sure how you're going to make like a hair tie more manly other than, I don't know, armor plating it or something like that. You know, I feel like there's probably a market here we could exploit, chat, but I'm not sure I'm, you know, the expert on this. That said, I'm sure a lot of you would buy armor plated hair ties. It would be very pointlessly gendered. That's what it is. But I will agree that there is a certain amount of how to put it. A certain amount of stigma around having like longer hair, or, you know, wanting something with it, and you should like it. That's on society and culture. You know, men have had long hair long as women have had long hair. Like, that's look at how the Viking culture and stuff formed. Like, they were pretty much famous for it. Look at how even going back to kind of what we would call pre-Roman times, you've got a number of tribes out in, you know, that are mentioned in the Bible that didn't cut their hair. You've got a number of Native American groups and tribes and cultures which all display their populace having long hair, particularly the males, particularly the kind of storied warriors. You've got lots of cultures and tribes that wouldn't cut their hair as signs of defeat and stuff. So like, it's a very recent cultural shift that men have short hair, women have long hair, but it's very, very interesting as to what the basis of it is. Some of it might be practicality. You know, there's the argument that, oh yeah, if the men are down the mines or whatever, then it might get caught in, you know, mining equipment, etc. But I'm not sure necessarily how true that is, because, you know, you just tie it back like everyone else has been doing for hundreds of years. So I don't know. I understand the question they asked, and I don't obviously want to make it into a big deal, but the question I would ask in response realistically is, have you been dealing with people treating you weirdly for it? Like Dothraki long hair, well, you know, that's an example taken out of media, but yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'm actually sure that a number of the women in chat will be able to talk in more quality about, you know, what might be a good idea for tying your hair back, you know, if you're doing tasks. 'Cause I'm gonna be honest with you, they will have dealt with this far more than I have, because I'm very new to it. I know, sorry, it's a bit of a cop-out answer. Is this petrol or? I thought this was diesel. If that's 1,000 liters of petrol, I've done very well out of that. I'll put that in the storage of the base. No, it's diesel. Diesel into a fuel line. I didn't mean to make a petrol extender, I don't think. Is that going to work, though? Still fuel. Should work. Okay, this has stopped producing. We went from 910 to, wow, 1,442. So basically, each of those gave 3. We've got about 1,200 in total. 1,400. 1,500 in total. So, wasn't bad. We've now got enough diesel across the 3 tanks to basically get us home if we need to. Plus whatever this gives us. this is janky. I don't want to do this for long. No, that's not working. Why are you not working? It should be a... Oh, yeah, that is working. There we go. Take another 1,000 litres out. It was the kink in the cable. That makes sense. Diesel can't go around corners. That makes sense. Yeah, the coil ones, they tangle less. That's good to know. I've been using like a little... I've been using for a while. There was a little one where like it literally... The hairband is like the size of my like little finger like all the way around. Like it's teeny tiny. This is not on equalize. No, this is on export. Or basically extract all of it. My main issue is like no one ever really tells you how much extra effort it is drying your hair once your once your hair gets longer. Right, there we go. I'm just confirming something for the next interview on, what's the word? In December, for later on today. Okay, nice. So that's now full. I'm just going to leave that infrastructure there for now, just in case, because I have a suspicion. Why is everything so damaged on board my ship? What have you been up to, chat? Okay, we're actually doing nicely on diesel. I'm gonna be honest. We actually might have enough to get us back home. Touch wood. Would you like a hairdryer? I've started using a hairdryer, to be honest. Although, does anyone else get when you use a hairdryer? Like you turn the hairdryer on, then just no matter where you are, that cold blow from the hairdryer before it's heated up is just more, especially across the back of your neck. Nah, that's a hard no. Take the loss with a grain of salt, but... What the hell are you doing, dude? Like... Kind of ridiculous. You're... You don't like the water. You don't like the water, bud. Like, calm down. You point the hairdryer at your hands, that makes sense. You use your air purifier? Nice, yeah. Purify your hair. Air purifier, but with hair? Hair purifier. Let's do this into here. You will always miss the ease, speed, and amount of shampoo with short hair. That's certainly a thing, yeah. Okay, that wasn't good. Okay, it didn't decide to attack me. It's deciding to run off. There we go. 183 damage to that one. There is a little pop-up down like here with the like a text amount of how much damage I think I've done. Did 12 damage. When it gets closer, I'll just do one of these. Boom. And then it normally, yeah, here we go. Allows me to find a bunch more of these little leeches near its body. Where did all the leeches go? They do this, they disappear and then come back. Save that for morning. Grab these. Okay, maybe not. Are there more of those on the side up here? Oh wait, I'm still connected. That doesn't help. I wonder if there was an eclipse in this, how much you would die. Like, you have Thor's length of hair. That's like 5 years of growth. See, I've been growing mine since April, and it's only down to like the back of my neck. Well, maybe the top of my shoulders, I guess. I have a bit of like a bit of a bet going with myself on how long it gets before I get sick of it, and I'm interested in seeing where that ends up. Purification gives +2 to divine spell damage. Oh, that makes sense. Biomass. And there's a lot of it. Oh wait, that's a leech pod. Connect this onto the electric rifle, charge that up again, then we'll get back inside. You have thin hair on your lasers, you don't even have a hairdryer. See, my hair ends up being quite thick. You're betting I won't go past armpits. Maybe we should make like a pole, not a pole light, but like a, like a... Nope, it's gone. The thought's gone from my head. I had a word, but it went... Pool, that's the word. The hair pool. Perfect. What could possibly go wrong with calling it the hair pool? $7 kilos in there. Basically the water's slowly drifting through while I'm here. Drop this off. We'll drop off all the biomass into the biomass storage chest. I know that people were saying save all the biomass, turn it all into food, but like I've got a lot of like high quality stuff from the sharks that I will turn into food. And then the lower quality stuff might not be needed as much for food, so we can use that for diesel until we... Somebody said that we'll at some point we would unlock oil, and that's when America is going to rock up into the game. So we just need to be aware that that might happen at some point. The chance of America rocking up to take all of the diesel that we need is never zero. Yeah, like Deadpool, but hair pool, exactly, yeah. It's not a pool on when I'm going to die, but it's a pool on how long my hair's going to get to. Actually, no, we'll leave that there for now. It might be useful at some point. You were standing light? No. In that case... How much diesel do you have, my friend? 600 liters? Don't mind if I do take all of that stuff. Oh, look at all of these delicious chairs. All that fabric. Sharing hair care tips. Because it is into the chat, nice. Warm water and then cold water. Or wash your hair for long enough that you run out of hot water and it becomes cold and you've got no choice. Done. Interesting that you can moor your ship on this side as well. Oh, sharing, not shaving, my bad. You're alright. Once you get 4 to 6 inches cropped off to make it shoulder length again, it's permanently tied back, so you lose... Ah, okay, interesting. Does that mean you sleep with your hair tied up, then? Cold water showers the worst part of drying hair, are they? Honestly, don't take care of mine as I should. I'd just go to its terminal length and then cut it. It sounds like a lot of us are in very lazy hair care cycles. That's what I'm hearing. There is a ladder on this side, so I could jump down there, but it's only 2 biomass. It's 1 biomass. We're not going to bother down there just yet. I see lots of red below the water, so I don't want to jump down there. Yeah? And? What do you want, dude? I'm expecting this to pull it all out of there, which would be helpful. I'll never say no to more fuel. We like having more fuel. Looting all of it. Loot goblin everything. Why is the fuel tank on fire? Aesthetic reasons. That's all. You've woken up to your hair strangling you before? That sounds bad. You should probably ask it not to do that. Like, was it like, had it like detached itself from your head and was standing over you, just, using the force choke ability? Is that what it was? I could believe that. Hello, Pan Meowgi. We are doing really well, thank you, bud. How are you doing? Good to see you. It's been a day so far, but we are doing, which is the key thing. This has fabric scraps in it, so we like fabric scraps. One second. What is this DM? Why? Oh, yeah, I can do that. Give me a second. Oh, yeah, Thor's playing one of the games that I found. Nice, yeah. Yeah. That's what Indie December's been about. I mean, this game here that we're playing is an indie, so it's developed and published by their first-time developers. They've got a great roadmap going forward. I'm really excited about where this game will go, as with a bunch of others. See, I'm not sure, because my hair's not long enough at the moment that I would need to tie it up while I slept, but the idea of having it tied up while sleeping seems to me like it might annoy me, but I don't really know why I have that opinion. Good, I bought just the right amount of iron. I don't know if my hair will stay as straight as it is currently, or if it will end up being curly or what. When it got longer when I was a teenager, I used to get really curly like at the front here. But now it doesn't. It seems to stay a little bit straighter, but I'm not necessarily sure on why that would be. The one thing that is starting to happen is I am starting to get, like, my hair in my mouth occasionally. That's very irritating. Not a fan of that, I'm going to be honest. Would like to opt out of doing that in future, please. Oh, look, there's little guys inside. Little fellas. That's interesting. Isn't the curling of your hair based on its thickness and all other kinds of things, though? I mean, gee, you probably remember my hair being curlier than it is now. For those of you who don't know, I've known G for like half of my life, if maybe a little bit more. If you ever get enough to braid your hair before bed, that would be the life. Braiding is kind of like, braiding and plaiting is one of the things I can kind of do more easily. It's just kind of, I do my girlfriend's hair for her sometimes, like when she's had like a, if her hair is particularly knotty, this is the thing, I don't get knots after I wash my hair, but I know that she does, so sometimes I'll just do her hair for her afterwards, like dry it, brush it, etc. Invariably put it in a plait. Like, it's just easier. A braid, like, I don't know, it's just left over right into the middle, and then you just kind of you just cycle through. If I stop mid-movement, that's when I start getting confused. As long as I don't think about it, we're fine. I know that it's to do with it being a tube versus like an oval versus being flat. That all makes a difference to your hair shape. There's a surprising amount to it. You can braid out the energy to do it daily for yourself. I feel like I, you know, could make it work. If I was, I don't know. I guess that, like, doing one big braid is kind of easy, but trying to make sure you've got all of your hair in it and it's all out of the way and it's something you don't have to worry about at all, probably very different. detonate. Right. Power. That would be helpful. Don't need to waste my own power that way. I can waste the other power that I'm pumping from the ship. Okay, so this week, what comes out? So after next break, we'll have a bit of a look at what's coming out in December, because it's the first of the month, and then we'll go through what we're interested in doing and what the community wants to see and play, and we'll do that. I feel like that's a good little intermission to do at kind of 4 o'clock-ish, 3:30-ish. For some reason, I don't trust what's on this platform. I knew I didn't. Why else? I mean, I just kind of sensed it. Why else would they leave that up there, hidden the way it was? Oh yeah, I just didn't trust it. Didn't trust it, chat. Verbiter, that's always what a doctor will ask you. What, you could say both. You could, you know, if you really want to concern your doctor and your therapist, you could tell them that you're dating your own hallucination, Verbiter. Shoot for the moon. Upset your therapist. I'm all in favor of upsetting therapy. I think, you know, upsetting medical professionals is kind of, you know, half of the fun, right? Yes, I'm going to bleed my health to do this, but I don't really care. Health is a resource. There we go. Charge ourselves up. Hey chat, when you hear me say the word beans, write it in chat yourself. I'm gonna test something out. Beans is in chat. YouTube or Twitch, either one of you. Okay, there you go. So there's not too much delay. A little bit of delay. I'm gonna make sure the stream was stable again, because I'm getting some weird UI bits, like Twitch telling me things are unstable, when the only unstable thing here is me, possibly chat. Grab the cable from the rifle, put it in there. Okay, thank you all very much for that. It's a good test. Appreciate it. Over on YouTube as well, there's a little bit more latency. On YouTube, I don't run in ultra low latency mode, whereas you can on Twitch by default. YouTube seems to have a few problems when I try running on ultra low latency, so I've had to switch to using the other variant. Okay, let's connect the electric rifle with the backpack. I don't like that there was that shooty machine gun ball thing. That was not very nice. You're lagging IRL? That makes sense. I'm often lagging IRL. We've all been there. Why is this? I don't know. This is suspicious again. This game is very good at making me feel suspicious. Yeah, this is why. I don't need that petrol, but blowing theirs up is more fun. One survivor. Oh my gosh, that's quite a lot of fuel. Why are they gathering so much petrol? Slightly concerned. This isn't suspicious at all, is it? We're gonna have to run cables back up here. I'm not even sure how we're gonna do that. Oh wait, yes I do. Of course I know how I'm gonna do that. Why would they have it so high up? Well, petrol, so you could drop it on people, maybe? I know that people mentioned that there was an oil rig, so I'm expecting that once we discover that, all of the Americans will join chat again. Barricading a sliding door is indeed a choice. Yes, you're right. Oh, oil. Well, somebody said that there was an oil refinery, and I'm like, okay, tell me more. And they didn't, so we're going to go and invade the mid... Wait, no. Sorry, we're invading South America. That's what we're doing nowadays. They're trying to keep the tentacles inside. I'm okay without that, thank you. As a concept, nah, I'm good. Thanks, Balthazar. I've just seen your beans over on YouTube as well as in Twitch. Invade? My British showing? No, I wouldn't. The British wouldn't invade somewhere for oil. That's a different group of people. YT is slow? Makes sense. Num 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 num. We don't invite you liberate. Sorry, my bad. I forgot I was using, you know, non-American language. Of course, you guys liberate the oil from the oil refinery in this. That makes sense. Unfortunately, it's going to have a British flag on it, so it's going to be mine. What the ads are here, I will pause in just a second. Make sure that you get up, stretch your legs, chat, you get yourself a drink, you look after yourselves, do what you can for yourself, because it's important to take care. There was a robot up here. We'll just head down to the ground floor again. Well, that sucked. Catch you later, Nullwolf, if you are indeed heading off. Thank you very much for being here, bud. If you're not heading off, enjoy me keeping you awake. You know, the fun variant. Yeah, it did, because it's in the break and I'm having a snack backlog. I turn the camera off sometimes during the break, so I can eat. Backlog. That's why I go off. That's why I go off the camera, because I know that you guys want to watch me eat. I know what I'm like. Why messy? No. So once upon a time, many years ago, I started moderating for a friend of mine. And one of the things that we used to do, just for a bit of fun, you know, was when they were eating on stream, because they would stream for quite a lot of time every day, we would take screenshots and then we would edit them. And then all of a sudden, they just decided they wouldn't eat on stream anymore. And I was surprised and upset. Actually, I was neither of those things. It made perfect sense. But I know full well what you guys are like and what the mods would be like, and I know what I would be like, so I don't eat on stream. Because I made a bunch of memes out of Thor eating on stream, and I've learned my lesson. Does. You can still do it with a bottle. You probably can, but like, I have to drink. If I don't drink on stream, that would be bad at that point for my health, because I know that I would end up like not drinking enough. So if you guys do it that one, I would be like, okay, there is a line of where you probably shouldn't do that. Yeah, it was Thor. Yeah, it was Thor. Yeah. Because that's what happens. You make friends online and you make them your Twitch mods and then they bully you. That's what happens. That's how it works. And that's why I've been very clear with all of my mods and with you guys that, you know, I always intend to out-bully my moderators. I can't make it too easy for them. And Thor tried his best, but like, I've got a lot of goblin energy. Luther, I don't need to, because you know occasionally that I'll send you a request which is awful, but it'll still happen. I don't want to take the piss unless I, you know, feel the need to. I have to wait. You'll know because the goblin cackling will start up again, and they'll be like, "Oh no, Cronus has an idea." You're supposed to, Demna. You're just really bad at it. That's why I leave things on the floor for you. I've got a lot of petrol. Here we go. This will help us quite a bit. Completely correct, Mori Hunter. Yes, it is. It's an endearment thing. much more sensible place to keep all my petrol, but that's a lot of petrol. I'm very happy with that. We only use petrol realistically to fund our flamethrower, but it's useful to have. Hello, Demac. I'm doing very good, thank you. Today's been a bit of a day, but you know, we're here, we're streaming, we're live, we're making do, and that's all we can really do sometimes, you know. I ended up having to do about 5 hours of work on in December that I didn't really want to need to do. Very, very short notice, but it's worked out. Thor's now got something that's far more usable. It meets all of his needs. The rest of the show and stuff will be easier as a result. It's just was a little bit of a hectic morning for me. And then a couple of game bugs and the stream crash, and then just a few things, you know. It's just been a day so far, but hey, we are where we are. We always bounce back. That's what we do. We don't give up here, as we all know. How are you doing, Demac? Lovely to see you as ever. We haven't used any of our diesel for a while, and now we've got all of this biomass saved up. And we've got nearly 6,000 litres. We've got the ship, which has the same as one of these tankers inside of it. Plus, I've got these 2 tankers. Well, I could probably put a third one up here if I really wanted to, but we don't really need to. We need iron, copper, and plastic. Grab some plastic. Nice. Probably go with mounting the ceiling. It's hard to sell. Yeah, I'm having very bad ideas. What if I rebuild my monitor stand to support a third set of monitors at the top, or a monitor arm that will reach 3 to 4 foot in the air above all my other monitors to have an ultra wide near the ceiling? So if you're talking about, you've already got 2 banks of monitors. You've got a lower and an upper band. What you're talking is making the current upper band into a mid band. Right? And then going from there. I mean, look, I love having many monitors as much as the next person, but I have to ask, when is too many monitors? Well, I'm guessing you're describing either, we're going to assume that you've already got 4, but you might already have 6. How many is too many? Can't build on that. So no balance. Actually, I'll edit that now. Thank you for reminding me. Bro. No, that's the wrong browser. So many browsers these days. Oh, that's Henry. I definitely didn't type the word browser rather than meaning the word throne. Let's remove that one. With that. And let's also remove this because I've done that. What I'm using right now. There you go. That's just a big cleanup of other things, because most of the stuff on there I can sort myself, I think. I'll do that at some point. I'll redo my throne at some point. I'm having some stream downtime before Christmas, just in case, because you know. Yeesh. Okay, that did work. That worked fine. Ah. Oh dear. That was not good. I ran out of cables. Oh, we went up we went up a little bit higher than we wanted to. There we go. You want to have an Emperor XT workstation with 327 and 324 inch screens? I feel like I don't think I would recognize a 24-inch screen anymore. That seems ridiculous, Luther. I mean, I imagine that given what you do as a job, that might be useful, and you might see you might get a lot of data and information that you need, but also at the same time, horrifying. I don't even know if I'm meant to be doing this. But fine, whatever. Oops. You swapped your 24 for 27s, now 24 feels small. 70... Do you not find that using a 75-inch screen for a monitor is a problem? Okay, we need to make some more of these again. That makes sense. 3 PC setup. That's insane. 327 inches for gaming, 1 PC for dashboards and chat, and 1 PC for your owner and server access. I mean, wild. Luther is basically reprogramming, I don't know, the human race at this point. Unlucky. I'm guessing that's our destination, chat. It looks like a launch pad to me. That looks like a rocket gantry. Looks like a landing port there and some safe distance ports. Potentially operation center. I'm thinking port, operation center, launch pad and control. Well, can control be in here? I'm wondering if we can moor our ship up at that control directly rather than at the docks, but I'm doubting it. Gonna need more of these again. Oh dear. You're getting blips again? Oh, Twitch, come on, don't do this to me. It looks like it's restabilized. It's just, it's basically dropped another couple of seconds of frames. if this keeps happening, it's happening every hour, almost exactly on the hour. That's really interesting. That happened exactly at the 2-hour mark of stream that started, and then stopped again after about 15 seconds. We'll keep an eye on it. You shouldn't need to refresh. It'll recover itself. It's Twitch having a little bit of a wobbly, I think, because YouTube's saying no problems. Maybe my computer's getting upset because I'm talking about it doing more work. It's like, no, I don't want to drive more monitors. Stop it. It's okay, computer. I'm not going to make you drive more than 3 monitors at any given time. You haul some portable batteries up and that way charge the beacon? See, I would do that, but that sounds like it would be too sensible and one use. Of course, you know, I've needed to climb these towers so many times and reuse them. Do you know which Twitch server you're connecting to? It can make a difference. I could change it, but that sometimes involves changing it inside OBS. Look at my cable placement. My cable placement is fine. Don't worry about it, okay? This is... You might not like it, Orianimus, but look, if I go down... See, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Completely... As a cable managing expert, I think we'll find that it's okay. No, you're right. It looks like it should be a problem, but the nice part is it's not a problem. Oops, need to go a little bit further down. Here we go. Now I've got power up here that I can just kind of function with. I think there was a Pico terminal up here as really. That's when I run out of cabling. I run out of cabling. It was actually not a bad idea because it was a global ops center. The manager also in escalation. Oh, that makes sense. My cable placement is fine. There's no issues here. I'm not sure what we're talking about. Nah, you're right. So what happened to Orianimus there is because this is when this is not moving, it's a static object. It basically placed the cable through here and gone that. But when I actually go past it, it'll keep the cable shape, but the cable is basically settled. Otherwise, there would be all kinds of janky problems with your boats because the cables that you have on the boat, which I mean, even from up here, you can see that. You can see there's some kind of like weird cable. So you can see this. Moving it is not very good. You can see that it's like long straight line. That's my water cable, my power cable is going to my water supply. If that was always a problem, whenever I walk through it, we'd have an issue. So after the cables have settled, it seems to be that they're actually okay to have a bit of a jankier setup. Okay, now we'll do a backup save and grab one of these and connect to us quickly. I'm just going to do this just in case. Because we can, I'm just going to do this. Because I don't care about a small amount of wastage as long as I can make sure that I'm getting everything I need to. At some point, we're going to have to pump 2 kilowatts of power in, which has largely been my concern. I've also not worked out quite. Okay, so that's the room I'm currently in. That's me at the front, and there's my ship's vessels. That's the only log stuff here. Okay, space. We've done space and own thing. Survival guides. We've gone through. Quests. We've still got to transport the human to the Exeter station, and we've still got to charge this navigational relay. That's still our goals here. Can't remember if I saved, so I'm going to save again. How stable so is moving on platforms the ship? I mean, I'm impressed. We've had a couple of bugs relating to the way things move through space, but actually it's been manageable. Plastic. Even in the far future, we still need a lot of plastic. No, I'm always happy to explain Orianimist. My approach for these things is that, like, chat teaches me about games, and if I can teach people in chat about certain ways to play or other good things about the games, then I will. So for this one, that was the plan. Yeah. Here's my next question. How many people in the audience are waiting for Ashes of Creation in 10 days or so? I have made a human Demac. Yes, they are currently on board our boat. They are human 2.0. They're not very smart, but they're also very space efficient. They don't do a lot of movement. You're waiting rather than being excited. That's an interesting distinction. Hang on, let me just have a quick look at this. You bought The Last Caretaker, you bought Dispatch, and Jedi Survivor, and Fallen Order, and Dungeons and Dragons VR. Wow, that's a combo. Plastic contains rubber? Fine, yeah, it's fine. Hello. Traffic pole. Traffic pole. Is it an iron girder that's half copper? No, no, it's fully iron. Fully iron, except when it's not. You logged in on Thursday. What, you on the PTR? You mean Kawaikos? Oh, here we go. More monitors and what looks like some survival blueprints and manuals. I'm hopeful. I want to be hopeful. I want to stay hopeful. That's what I'm trying to do. But like you say, we'll check it out. We'll give the game a go, and we'll go from there. And if they haven't improved from where we were when we last checked it out back in, was it October? Maybe a bit before, maybe a bit. I think it was October. They took PTR down. They're back on normal test. I can't keep track of which realm is up and which realm isn't. That's a whole thing. They flip it so often. Yeah, I mean they are trying to get people involved in the testing. That's for sure. Jingle. Will I be participating in the jingle? I haven't heard about that backlog. What is that? That's not ringing any bells. Remember, it's been quite a long day for me already, so I'm in my 10th hour of work now. It's a Yogscast thing. I've got enough going on in December with in December, D in December, etc. without adding anything else onto my plate at the moment. So I have no plans to get involved with streaming events at this point. I can't. There's only so many events that I can do and maintain and manage at one point, and that would be a bad idea. Well, I probably could do more, but then you wouldn't get a stream. That would be how that goes. Fine. Oh, that's on a door. Interesting. Okay. I'm guessing that's what we're going to need to power to get into here. Yeah, here we go. There's so much human enrichment activities here. We love this. This is going to be great for growing humans. I'm very glad I ran power up here now. Yes. Although we are going to end up being very, very over-encumbered. It's probably not ideal. Almost like I planned that, isn't it? Let's just climb this and finish this before we run out of... we've got carry weight issues at the moment, so if I do all my dismantling and then climb this, we could have a problem. Whereas if I climb this before we have carry weight issues, we should be good. What do you want? The angels are very, very strange, I have to say. Here we go. Perfect. Balthazar with the 50 community gift subs. You're... Whoa. Absolute legend, dude. Thank you so much. I'm going to snooze those ads that start in 15 seconds because it's going to take me 5 minutes to get through all of the names. Thank you very much, Balthazar. You're an absolute legend, dude. Makes a huge difference on days which are, you know, longer and more difficult. Thank you. That's so much, dude. Balthazar, you are one of the most valued members of this community, so thank you very much, buddy. Absolutely awesome. Thank you for giving out gift subs to Direful Mango, to NSM Tessie, Flex, Dead Iviopos, Greg the Car Guy, Zergan Soul, Chimera Pirate, to Numbers Bob, to Potato Sack, to Eraser Dynamics, to One Pride, to GPNYC, to Lick My Toe, Smallhead, Tino Milo, to Aquatini, Legendary Trell, Mike Ansey, Oatmail, Roshi, to Thor 1872, Gadarath, Prosu, Arkbane, Kemi Tottle, Haruke, The Perkster, Z Emperor, Mycroft, Aneros, Fletcher, Giggleboy69, nice, Soccer Zohan, Omen Skull, Blue Baru, JWUK, Serena Real, Rex Lex, Build-A-Guard, Gry Troy Scry, Goody, Renfix, Vorapul, Dewogo, Average Pete, Cubion, Mr. Jakeman, Dream Diva, Lionara, and Eliminator 30. Balthazar, you're an absolute legend. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the gift subs. You know, all the people who have popped up with a gift sub message to thank Balthazar. Thank you, Balthazar. You're an absolute legend. I really appreciate you, Balthazar. Thank you very much, dude. Dead Moros. Dude, never have to apologize for a difficult name. It's my inability to read, not your problem for choosing a name that you like, bud. You are more than fine. Thank you very much for being here. Hello, Bees. How are you doing? Great to see you. Those of you who don't know who Bees is another side quest creator. She's someone I met at TwitchCon. Really, really lovely person. Absolutely awesome. Hi, Bees. How you doing? I've just had my mind blown by Balthazar dropping a 50 gift bomb. And blah. Thank you very much again, Balthazar. Jeez, I forgot what I was doing. I think I've done everything I need to on this tower. I think I just need to climb back down. I need to go back down to that thing and press the button. You're doing very well. You tried to go on a walk and it was way too cold. I've heard that like parts of the US have got like feet upon feet of snow and it's like minus 10 degrees Celsius and stuff now, or I don't know. What is that in Fahrenheit? Like I know, like 20 Fahrenheit. Wild. Operation Nominal. Here we go. Now we've got navigational facilities set up. We can see that it's going to be this. This is going to be our destination. The rocket pad. That's going to be the Exodus station, isn't it? It cold 25. Jeez. Wild. It's suddenly freezing. Yeah, I mean, in the UK, it's what, 5 or 6 degrees Celsius, so it's still in the high 30s, low 40s, I think, during the day, Fahrenheit-wise. Alpha, thank you very much for the cheer, legend, kicking the hype train up. Alpha taking us with 100 bits and combining it with Balthazar's gift bomb takes us to a level 8 hype train. What a legend. Thank you very, very much, Alpha. Thank you again, Balthazar. You guys are awesome. I think it's really easy for me to forget, being in the UK where, like, weather stays very, very mild. You know, like, the most we get, and we do struggle in summer when it's, like, kind of 30 Celsius plus. What's the name of this game? Frederica, this is, The Last Caretaker. It's in the YouTube title. Sorry, I just saw your message. 7 Celsius here in southern US. See, that's what it is here in the UK. And we're on the same track as Moscow. Okay, Sindri, absolute king, coming in with gift one, with 20 tier 1 subs to Reich Barrow. I was once a Toasted Puppy, Cassio Beige, Lars, Thalador, June Springer, Demac, J Archers, Aardvark, Zio, Lobster, Glassy Fet, LFC Messi, Knackrutzer, Still a Friend, Shadow Wolf Lukey, JR, Oriana Mist, and Cthulhu Lord. Thank you very much, Sindri. You're an absolute queen, prince, king, legend, boss. Our summers have been rough recently. I mean, they've been rough in that, like, they've been 30 Celsius, which is, you know, you're getting close into the 90s and such for Fahrenheit. But, like, I am lucky enough that a couple of years ago I invested in a portable air conditioning unit because, you know, I don't like being that hot. Who does? So, I just find the room that I've got the air conditioning unit in and don't leave that room for 6 weeks. That's the plan. That's what happens every single time. That's the only way to be. I think I can just leave this now, yeah. I don't need to leave it powered or anything. You don't have any PC, you don't have any heat, you use your PC as a heater. What? Lukewarm Skelly, not to be outdone, coming in, taking us to a level 10 hype train, another 20 gift subs. Absolute king, Luke. Thank you very much. Nick Run, to Kendall, to Circules, to Maze of War, to D&B by the Schoolyard, to Elvis Danger, to Mithras 1, Black Box, Atomic MKC, Eddie P, Alexa Z, Andrew, Emise Leichman, I just want drops. The only one, there you go, finally got there. Hey Max, Classic Buster, Troytech, Tao KO, and 0K. Thank you so much, Lukewarm. Absolute legends. That's taken us to ooh. As that happened, I got a DM from my emote artist. All of the statics are uploaded and working. Ooh. 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 Okay, well I'm gonna show off this one because this one's gonna be great. I'm gonna show you guys one of the emotes. It's a special treat to thank you guys for the subs and the sub train. This is the static version of one of the animated emotes that is coming. Let me open this in image editor. If I share my screen, here we go. This is, so some of you have seen some of these already. This is one of the emotes that we're getting to. Look at him. He's going to be so cute and so aggressive. As a reminder, this is a... Let me do a Muz Paint. I'll show you guys the sketches for these. So these are our next 10 emotes that we're getting. Obviously, you've just seen number 4 there. In full color. There's more coming. They're going to be great. we've got Gib. We've got a nice clap. We've got some... These are going to be great. Maple's done a really good job of these. I'm really pleased. So I'm really looking forward to when I can put some of those up for you guys. So thank you very much. And you guys are... And so thank you so much for that. For the subs for the hype train. So I really do appreciate it. I apologize. I was late starting while I was getting in December set up. But like I said, you guys have made it a really good day. So thank you very much. Absolutely insane. We're at a level 10 hype train, 37% the way to level 11. I think it's currently 35% off on gift subs, if I recall correctly, but I could have lost track. You guys are all awesome. Thank you very much. I will apologize. I will. It's in my nature. Very British of me. The sketch should not do the final result. I think that sketches do a really good job of getting kind of the rough idea of what the emote's going to be, but it doesn't necessarily, like, you only get like the real soul of an emote once you start seeing all of it together, you know. Take that one and that one. Reel that one in. Dismantle this. No. 1 hour left of 35%. Well, then excellent timing from the community then. And then I've got another 70 hours of that to give away at the end of December. So around New Year, we'll do some kind of New Year's event for everyone, because not everyone will have New Year's plans. Not everyone will have plans between Christmas and New Year. But I'd like to do some kind of community stuff. And so there might be some quite long streams between Christmas and New Year. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. Delachi coming in with 10 more gift subs. Absolutely amazing of you. Thank you very much. Delachi came in and gave gift subs to Zenarian, K-Ball, Volfina, Inilarak, Lyriquin, Twisted, Django Fett, TJ Strider, and Bulescent and Deviation. Absolutely awesome. Thank you so much, Salachi. Really kind of you. Thank you for being here. Lovely seeing you. But 84% of the hype train. You guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. Take this back. A cheeky Nando's with the lads for Christmas. Look at, I mean, we have to do the subathon where, you know, I give you guys the option of once you get to the top tier of getting to where Bailey can have a whole chicken. That's gonna be one of our subathon goals. Give him a whole cooked chicken. Level 10 hype train. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Beast, have you had Nando's? Do you know what the Nando's is like? Or are you just wanting something you haven't tried? I need to understand. I haven't taken Thor for a Nando's yet, but I have taken him for a Greg's. Nando's is gross? Fine, so be it. That's your choice. Nando's is not as good as Greg's, I would say, in terms of, you know, the national memes, but Nando's are one of those things that we just seem to have in Britain that isn't really anywhere else. So people try that. Okay. You have them in Maryland. Oh, okay. I imagine, like most food that is in both America and Europe, the European food is probably better. I'm just gonna say there's some very nice food in the US, but the general standard of like fast food stuff is better in the UK, I found, or better in the EU particularly. Have you ever killed the enemy so well that when you get their loot, it actually like knocks you back onto your ship? Apparently I have. Thought it was daytime, but apparently enough for them to all be coming out and... Give me the bioorganics. So this bioorganic material is what we use to make biodiesel so that we can actually fuel our vessel and everything else. Apparently we also need to break this stuff apart to turn it into food for our humans. But I don't know if our humans need to eat because human 2.0 looks very different to human 1.0, chat. Let me go show you human 2.0. He's really quiet. He doesn't do a lot. I think I like human 2.0 more than human 1.0. Like this is, for those of you who don't know, this is human 2.0. He's 68 kilograms. He's got an intellect of 65. He's going to be 56 centimeters tall. We call him Blob. This is human 2.0, and I'm fine with that. Human 2.0 seems like a cool dude. Oh, Cobra Striker, don't do that. Love yourself. Don't do that. No. I swear it's the shark doing it. How do you know he is he and she or they? You just make it up as you go along. It's a bit like when you're trying to work out whether a chair is masculine or feminine, you wait to be corrected. That is working, it's just very slow. Nice, okay. Got some more trash to go in there. We should probably pull up the anchor, not the anchor, the net. We're gonna go grab that that diesel fuel that we probably want to keep. If you're choosing to make a human, you control the second parameter, it could just be X or Y. I mean, if I'm growing humans in vats, I'm sure I could do more changes than that. It would be a really idea to allow me just to like wantonly and without any kind of negative repercussions just like experiment with humans. What's that? You want humans that can work in zero gravity? Okay, give me 10 minutes. Fine, done. The fundamental way, you mean rock, paper, scissors? Matt, that's how that works, right? What, the ads are here, chat? Bear with me. I'm just going to go and make sure I've fed Bailey. So give me a second. I will be right back. Hello, I have returned. Sorry, it took me a second. I couldn't find him, which was a bit of a rarity because I pretty much always know where Bailey is, but I managed to find him. And he's babysitting spare human while she sorts out the spare room, which I think is good fun. I think it's very nice that he's just watching her from the cat bed in the hallway. Bailey likes to have like long sight lines that he can see down. So for example here, with the cat bed that you guys see, that can see all the way down the hallway. So when he wants to hang out, he can, and like he knows that he's kind of good. He's very good at supervising, but he's really bad at helping you be productive. Like often he'll just be like, okay, well, you've been productive for a bit. Now you should be petting me. Where is my head rub? All I do is open the fridge and he'd come running. Yeah, but I can't teach him that every time the fridge opens, he should come running. That's not good. That's how I end up with a spherical cat. We've had this conversation already. Cat. Where does this go? I'm busted, maybe, but he'll have to catch me. He's actually quite fast. He probably could catch me if he was running. If he was running, he almost certainly could catch me. I don't trust this. Okay, it's just a good source of fabric. Fine, we love fabric. 6 seconds. That feels like it takes longer. Oh wait, we've got loads of these. So I could do another couple of sets of points into Scrapper. Enhancers. We could either do another 5% of that, or I can get myself some. I'm gonna get myself some more power because more power means we can go longer. We can go longer. We can go further. We can explore better. Oh, that's better. It just feels a little bit faster. Hope that you're all enjoying the game. Walk around to make sure I've gathered up everything. What dock are we at? We are at one of the navigation stations before we get to the Exodus station. I can't remember the name of which one we're at, but we're at one of the navigation stations to the southeast of the Lazarus complex, if I recall correctly. Just in a straight line, pretty much. Charge myself up again, go below the deck. You purchased this yesterday. I'm really having fun. Okay, let me look on the map for where I am. I can tell you the number exactly what now I'm here. We are at Navigation Beacon 32, Charles Farmer. We briefly stopped at Habitat Node 094, but we've actually done very little exploration. Our next objective is down here, Exodus Station. Well, I'm assuming that's Exodus Station because it looks like a spaceport, and that's where we know we've got to go. Spaceport. How are you doing today, Charles Farmer? I hope you're doing well. See, if I set a reminder on my phone, it'll either be like, oh, I've done it, and I'll close it, or I won't do it, and it'll sit there on my phone for a week until I'm like, I'm not going to get around to doing that, or I've already done it, and it'll close it like a week later. It's one of the two. It's either completely fastidiously followed, or completely ignored, and almost nothing in between. Right. Okay, now, the issue is, would like to get all the way around onto the top of the other building. Ooh, biomass. The more biomass, the better. Wait, I can dismantle all of this. You have to restart your PCs, you're on your second PC and you're level fast, you know what mistakes you made. I'm looking forward to replaying this at release when there's, I say at release, when it comes out of early access and there's more content that's waits on the roadmap, because I really like being able to compare the game that I tested with the game that has been out and then talk about some of the changes that need to be made, some of the things they did, and like kind of look at how enjoyable the game is as a result of the changes they've made and the feedback they received. And that's what I really like about playing early access games. I'll be honest with you, I really enjoy certain early access games. I enjoy being involved with MMOs before they're out and announced, because you often get a very different experience of them, and you can really be involved in like shaping the future of those if you're in the right time. And you know, a lot of people care very, very strongly about some of the games they're involved in testing, and rightfully so. So I don't know, that's one of the reasons why I'm so involved in Ashes, and I'm very excited for it. In the, I hope they don't fuck it up way thoroughly, but in general. Okay, so there is nothing up here that's worth jumping. It's just this pile. Fine. We're getting to the point where you might just have to ask your wife to do your meds for me, as you've on warm location taking your PM meds of your AM meds, which are 3 doses. Yeah, see, that's when it comes to taking high strength painkillers, I generally outsource some of that, or at least outsource some of the checking of it, because like if you're taking something like opiates, which I've been on opiate painkillers for a long time, as some of you know, I'm typically on tramadol, gabapentin, and if I ever need it, naproxen. Although I tend to avoid that like the plague. It can be really good for your peace of mind to have somebody to sanity check your pills, because it's very, very easy, surprisingly and shockingly easy on opiates to forget that you have taken your medication. And you most of the time, most people will feel like that's a really basic thing, like how do you forget to take your medication? That's somebody who hasn't taken it long term, or has only ever taken a kind of over-the-counter painkillers, because they functionally stop your brain from working properly. They literally give you executive dysfunction if you don't already have it. Like, opiates are not something we should be fucking with. And to be honest with you, the opiate crisis in the US, I can entirely see where it's come from. It's come from a combination of drug companies who didn't want to be honest about the fact that their drugs were a problem, and doctors overprescribing. Oh, well, Swin reminds that point about gaming feedback, which many gamers do not know how to give, you know, constructive suggestions, etc. It's a very good point. But I think as a dev, you need to somewhat expect that players won't give you feedback, which is the way that you would always want to receive it. And neither will your job, neither will your parents, neither will your friends. But you have to still try and listen and get to the core of what is they're looking at. So if a player is explaining that they've got a problem with a mechanic, just because they don't explain it well, it doesn't mean there isn't a problem with that mechanic. And I know that's not what you're saying, but I think that what often gets forgotten in a lot of the back and forth is actually like, you have to kind of almost treat it like you're speaking a different language, because in a way that you are. A really good example is the June Awakening patch notes, which they use internal dev speak in them. And I've had like 3 separate conversations about utilizing dev speak in publications to players, because they don't use the same publication language to the players. It's things like that. It's, you have to treat them a bit like they are feeling a certain feeling. Whether that feeling is right or wrong is the interesting part, and that's something that you have to try and get to the bottom of yourself as a developer. Hello, Nodding Off. How are you doing? You treat players like a toddler. Okay, I get you don't like this, but what you don't like, you get. Oh my god. I wouldn't again say that you need to treat players like toddlers if you're a developer, but I think that oftentimes players think they have the full amount of information, and they don't. And so, and even developers sometimes, I think, do this. They think they have the full information, but they don't. It's about finding that middle ground of what both parties are trying to talk about and trying to do that matters. What's that? A mirror. Empathy, okay. Giving the pod a mirror means the child grows more empathy. I feel like that might not be the case, but hey, we are where we are. You bought the game because I played it and it looks awesome. However, in your 6 hours so busy, your boat bugged out and went haywire. You have to start over since you have no boat. To me, that is why I have 3 separate saves. That's why if you go in here, I've got... Normally, I will do backups, because backup slot 1 is being used for my auto saves. My big saves I will do on 2 and 3. I will always do 2. And then sometimes if I'm doing like a big thing, like I'm messing around with something, I'll make a save in one of the other slots. So, yeah, that's very much a thing that can happen with early access games. I'm sorry to hear you've gone through that, but at least what you'll find is it doesn't take you 16 hours to get those items back the second time. You will likely find that within half of that, you've made that stuff back. I would say. Make it a bet with yourself. Fight, like challenge yourself to get back to where you were, Timmy, is my advice. We need voice notes of written responses. For what? Sorry, Delchan. If you mean stuff you're saying in chat, that's kind of funny. Because, yes. Max level? Well, as far as I can see, the skills, which are your buildables, go up to level 21, so it might be level 21. It is, yes, Damac. Yeah, you should be able to use exclamation point some for things. Okay, another level from looting stuff, so we'll put 2 more into scrapper. And we'll do 2... And that would take me up to 1 point... Yeah, that'll put me to 1.5 kilowatts. You want us to check your knowledge? Nice. Yeah, fair. Your knowledge worked well. Knowledge knew what's up. This is my favorite version of the song. Yeah. We've got those are players. I think with written, you lose a lot of tone. That's why dev streams are good, because you get to hear from devs and they get sound. That's very true. Yeah, I think that a good interaction, like good interactions between devs and the playbase, is really important, and that's why it's important. I think the devs play their game as well as the players do, but there's there's also a level of staying objective in there as well, and that's not something that all devs have historically been very good at. EVE Online. Sorry, I've got a horrible cough that happens around dev bias. So I have no idea. It must be an allergy. It's the time of year for it, you know. No, so EVE Online is the only game I've played where I've personally dealt with dev bias very, very strongly and obviously, and it's no longer something I want to engage in as a result. After 15 years of the game, I'm free. Full steam ahead. How many EVE players have we actually got here in chat? Have we got many people who have played EVE Online or played it extensively? That's not something that's in the metrics that Twitch gives me, weirdly. I feel like Twitch, I would like to see metrics on who in my community is an EVE Online player. Could you make it happen? Thank you. Well, exactly. You need to have that understanding of how, I think, and that's the problem, that often a lot of times, like, devs don't, this was my issue with Escape from Tarkov for a long time. You as a player need to know how the game is meant to be played and meant to be experienced before you can report whether something is a bug or not. There was a situation a while ago where stuff wasn't getting reported much inside Tarkov when there were bugged values, etc. And it basically came down to that the devs would change things, not tell the players because the players are meant to work it out. Then how are the players meant to work out what's a bug and what's not? So it ends up pissing off the player base for an awfully long time. But Elite Dangerous. You love the stories when you hear a devs in the game doing something with the devs are messing with players, like in Peak. I mean, that's incredibly funny stuff. Yeah, I heard some really funny stories out of Peak. When Peak came out, was I just playing Dune? Was that the problem? Was I just addicted to Dune? I'd believe it, just to be clear. Twitch needs to implement an API key. Yeah, I think Twitch needs to implement an API key, and then I need to have like corporation level review so I can review people who are signing up to the stream. I really did like the API system in Eve, and then ESI. Like, that was kind of a nice feature for anti-spying. That was one of the good bits. There are some very good bits about Eve mechanically and system-wise. It's a game that's been around for such a long time for a reason. But, and that's always the key point, but the devs' view of the players isn't great. The way the devs treat their players isn't great, and the constant and ongoing and systematic dev bias, just too much. That said, I found something out that I'm strangely... Yeah, on the 16th of June, that will be why, because I was playing Dune Awakening, Delshant. I've found out that RuneScape 3 is going MTX free in January. I've already done one small favor. So, we might play RuneScape 4. Bearing in mind that I've had this account since it was RuneScape Classic, like back in the day, like when RuneScape only had one type of game, like 15 plus years ago. I don't know how old my account is. I know there's an NPC in Lumbridge that I think that will tell me. Well, they're getting rid of the microtransactions, and they're also apparently doing a big combat update from the advert that I saw. I'm interested to know more about what that involves, but like... You start playing Eve from launch, you played for about 10 years, you loved Small Gang, Wormhole PvP. Small Gang was always the best form of combat, really. Like, you know, I did an awful lot of Empire level fighting and operations, but the most fun I ever had in the game was always Small Gang work. A couple of angels flying around here, so it's obviously a large human base. One of the best games I've ever played, and I have similar opinions to yours, the dev bias. Yeah, that's the issue. Eve was probably one of the... I've probably got 20,000 hours in Eve across 15 years, and yet it's a game that I cannot and can never recommend, which is such a weird concept for me. I could have recommended it back in the day, back when I was playing it then, but not anymore. Like, not the way the game turned out. Got some water and then try and navigate some sea mines. Okay, who needs frames? This looks too reasonable. Charge up myself. Do all the basic bits of pre-mooring work, like pulling up the net, etc. Then we'll moor up. I'll need to probably move forward and then drift back. This is my first visit to the rocket. Yes, I've never been before. Okay, the only thing I will also say is the boat doesn't perform very well in reverse compared to how a boat actually performs in reverse. You started the war between Triumvirate and Red Alliance. Wow, your renters tried told you if to steal a system from Red Alliance, they wouldn't have to pay rent. They were looking for a strength check. You flipped the system, got integrated into Tri, never paid rent again. Very nice. That's the kind of shit that we used to do in EVE all the time. Yeah, destabilizing regions was a thing. That's one of the things that I did when Goons went to Delve. You can see that my characters were involved in basically preparing Delve for the Goon Swarm invasion before they moved in. Ooh. I don't mind if I do. Don't tell anyone. You had the original quest caper mode? Wow. Yeah, see, I didn't like questing. I don't think I've ever liked questing in RuneScape. One small favor. Whoa. I'm very calm about it. As you can tell, I haven't let my hatred of one small favor become part of my personality, which I think I'm, you know, very calm and well behaved for. It's kind of funny too that someone else has experience with boat driving navigation IRL. I did a summer's work as basically as a harbour master, or in the harbour master's office, where everything from large sailboats to pleasure yachts to fishing boats to tugs to everything. Like, it was really eye-opening. I think I was 15 at the time. I actually really enjoyed it. I've always liked the sea and the water. As we know, of the animal types, chat, I am water. As you know, as we've previously discussed. Right, so those of you who have been here before, is there anything that I should do before I go and interact with the rocket? Should I take the human with me, or should I clear my way there first and make sure it's all functional before I do it? Because my inner survival experience enthusiast says that I should clear my path to the location first before just pushing in carrying the pod. But like I've done every other time, I've actually not done the creation part until like I've gone through and checked that it's all workable. Because I don't trust the game. Like with that attack pod that you guys saw earlier, where I called that something was on that platform before it came down and shot me. Because I don't trust game developers. I know game developers, and I don't trust them. They're trying to get me killed and steal my loot. Not fair. How dare they try and get me killed to steal my loot? Do this. $100 of that. Let's take some iron, some plastic, some copper, and some plastic. And 25. I was rubber. I haven't got any iron on me. There's the iron. Okay. Only missing 2 points of health, but I don't want to be missing any points of health. Health is a resource, and we'll want those 2 points at some point. Can I fit this on board my ship? No. Hello, free stuff, please. When was the last time I did stream unban requests? During the hate waves in summer, because they got really boring, very abusive, and they were targeted at me. To be honest, it wasn't particularly pleasant. I don't want to distract anything from in December right now, so it won't be until at least after Christmas. I know that they are fun, they're a fun community thing, but like when they are just all the same and there's hundreds of them, it's not the same. I'll have a chat with Thor about it, because I want to start doing it again at some point, but like I don't want to do it when it's a waste of my time and energy. Because remember that in order to do them, I have to read through every single one of them beforehand to make sure that there's nothing there's terms of service breaching for me to show on stream. So having to go through multiple thousands twice was awful. So I just got to the stage where I was just clearing them off stream. Because it was much quicker for me to do it rather than to explain each one to chat and stuff. Probably July, maybe beginning of August. Especially when they all, like, when there was a big wave of bots that were all, like, well, not necessarily bots, but there were a big wave of users who were talking about, like, they were very, very graphic death, like descriptions of stuff of, like, animals and stuff. It was just grim. It took the joy out of doing unban requests quite quickly, to be honest with you. I still haven't even got, like, my SAS energy back to do normal ones, even when I'm not showing them on stream. Ooh, the ads are here. We're gonna just keep harvesting stuff during these ads. That's a rather large and unfriendly blob. It was, wasn't it? Oh, no, let's not dismantle that. I would like to keep that. I knew there was a reason why I wanted to run all these cables. Now, we can't open that until... I don't want to get on the roof. This is looking about it. Right, I'll be right back. I'm just going to go and grab another drink. Anyone want anything? Anything from the trolley, dears? absolutely fascinating. And then we're back to normal. It is bang on the hour. I wanted to be off cam to see what would happen, but I was watching it intently throughout for about 40 seconds. It really is directly on the hour mark of the stream as the ads end, but it's not at the midpoint of the ads. It's only in that section. Hmm. 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 I wonder what could be causing it. Just out of interest, while we were in the ad break, I just thought I'd go and see one of today's unban requests. Here we go. I'll share one of them with you, and you can just like it's just boring. Like, ooh, loser scum. Ooh. Like, ooh. It's nothing interesting or particularly engaging or even like remotely like excuse me, remotely what's the word, brain, come on. There's nothing remotely original or nothing like remotely, I don't know, thought out or smart. Like, I don't know. I miss the days when at least trolls would like come up with something interesting and clever, or try and like, get around bans, all kinds of stuff. Like, just sad now. Just sad. Exactly. If you're gonna rage bait, at least put some effort into it. Like, low effort rage bait is so boring. Didn't become a moderator to deal with low effort rage bait. I only want the highest effort of rage bait here. Zero, yeah, creative is basically the word for it. Like, and it used to be that way. Like, even if you go on somewhere like 4chan, at least the trolling is like reasonably, in certain places, at least highbrow. At least they've got their own culture. Like, it's not just, oh, you're shit, lol. Yeah, Alpha. I mean, it's just something I might restart it in January, but I might also make other games out of it. Like, I might just take some screenshots of them, and then we can do like a you know how you do higher or lower, with cards, and you turn them over, and it's like who's done, who's got a queen, and you'll then flip the next one over, and it'll be a jack, and then you'll go through. Like, I might do something with that where we go by accounts that we've gotten permabanned and we go by account age, which would be funny. I would find that quite hilarious. So we could do something like that as well. There are options with that. I just need to think about what it is that is worth doing. What's the most fun? Take me back to the Modern Warfare COD lobbies. At least the party chats were good rage bait. So at that point, what we would do is we would do a community game of higher, lower, and then if you get to say 10 in a row where you get like, then we'll do something. Well, there's like a forfeit on my end or something. We can make it into more of a game. Because generally, you're going to think that trolls are going to have younger accounts, but not always. And it's basically 50-50. There's no kind of guarantee either side, so that one could be fun. I've thought about doing like a higher or lower based on age of accounts. Well, I have to place a human in a designated socket? Okay. I'm not sure I want to pay with Blob, but fine. Okay, come on. We're going for walkies. I won't drop you in the sea, I promise. Want to explain where a parcel of beans came from? You know, I've for a couple of years now, I've spoken to the quality of beans being, you know, the one true messiah. Access granted. Okay. Can I take him with me now? Okay, well, I'm going to leave him in the corner because this is kind of mega horrible. Okay. I'm just going to leave the biolights for now because they're kind of happy. I'm just going to charge this up. It's a bit bright. Account older than 10 years, I have to gift subs. I mean, that would be an interesting one. I think it would more like you get to a certain like number of them. So if you've got 10 in a row where you've got the higher or lower right, for example, that viewer might get VIP for the day, or we could time someone out, or that kind of thing. Put into a bit of a game show. Why is that not popping? Oh, okay. Well, look at all this ridiculous grossness. There you go. There's some more lights for you. Calm down. These things, I think, are attracted by electricity. These like light. So doing that should attract them upwards. Then we can basically have a slime breeding pool in here, which is apparently what you're meant to do to get large amounts of biomass in the game. For him. These guys are kind of weird. Bad employees. That's how I define the blobs. Bad employees. They're just not. They don't make a huge amount of sense. Oh, you guys are hella weird. Stop making noises. Stop it. Cease and desist. I appear to be out of electricity. The patron saint to I don't know where all of these names came from, but I'm kind of fine with most of them. Are you looking at my Wikipedia page? Is that what it is? Well, my Ferret wiki page or my Pyro Software wiki page. Is that what it is? I don't know what unspeakable horrors have ended up on that, just so you know. The best you ever got was a guy who bought 200 subs, refunded it, and then flamed the whole Discord after you refused to let him take over his VIP and make it his own personal Discord club. Dude, imagine pay to win Discord servers. Like, what a weird concept. I also like that none of my names on that are in like date order, so they've just been kind of added to. Guardian of the calendar, prophet of the pit, apostle of beans. Oh my god, that's funny. I just don't, they just kind of accumulated over time. Just random things that I've been called. But you know, you've been there when you end up with like your friends and you know, you call one of them, I don't know, Mad James, even though his name is actually Bert and he's, you know, the most sane and normal guy that you've ever met. We've all got friends like that, right? Right? I see Mori Hunter, but you've run into the issue that this guy seems like he was such a knobsack that no one would want to be in a Discord server with him. So he had to get, you know, one where his friends were pre-installed. Jeez. Biolite. That was a real fleshy bounce. That was not needed. Not gonna lie, that was extra. Out of order, to be honest with you. Did I say knobsack? Yes, it's a very British insult, I imagine. You might not have heard it if you don't frequent hanging around with British people. The thing about British people, when we're insulting each other, or even other, like when we're insulting anyone, it's not really about the words we use, more as the tone that we use when we say them. Well, I've had this conversation with a friend a while ago, Dalchan, is actually like, when you are making any community, and as a streamer, you have a difficult proposition sometimes, because you might have, you know, a community member who's been around for a long time, or is a really big donator and is actually like vital to kind of your survival economically for the stream. But if you have somebody who is like this person that, you know, you guys are talking about, who doesn't respect the culture, doesn't respect the existing people who are there, who thinks they know best, thinks that they can buy and own and win everything, you know, because of the virtue they've got money, or because they donate, or because they're friends with the moderators, or blah, blah, blah. You end up with this elitism that doesn't create a community, it just drives people away. And if you as a mod or you as a server owner don't do something about that kind of behavior and that kind of problem, very quickly you'll find that people don't want to be in your community. It's just that simple. It's how that goes. You watched a short about the use of mate. Nice. Mate's another one of those terms that can mean an awful lot depending on the tone. Don't call me mate, pal. So we can do electric rifle to the Oni cell. No, Squinny is not a whole UK thing. We have some very, very odd regional slang that you just don't really know is regional slang until you're like, oh wait, that's not a normal thing for everyone to say. Like scram, that's actually a UK, that's like, it depends on where you are in the UK. It's kind of West Country and up the western side of the country. Is there a reason why? No, it's a great word. It's the one I've been using since I was at university, and I had somebody from Liverpool who's in my halls. But like, it's UK specific depending on where you are, which I think is quite interesting, because in the UK, like, you've basically got, I was saying this to someone earlier, like, you've got this different dialect every 10 miles in the UK, which is kind of just nuts. Thank you for letting me know, Dr. Kegel. I forgot to disable one of my UI overlays. I was showing you my screen at the same time as also broadcasting the game to you, which is why that was showing up that way. Thank you for letting me know. At least some of my understanding of British Python. Yeah, I learned some of my understanding of the British language by watching Monty Python. Yeah, that would do it. You'll learn some very odd parts of the English language by watching Monty Python, which is absolutely fantastic, and I can only recommend it to absolutely everyone. By the way. Probably go and actually empty my inventory at some point, so I might as well do that now. Here's but a flesh wound. Your mum's side of the family, very Wurzel country. Okay, yeah, yeah, you will hear some very specific parts of, yeah. And most people won't know what that means. I don't know. I think our regional dialects in the UK are absolutely amazing. It's incredibly funny. Got a work email saying our company is switching two-factor authentication methods. Thought it was turned out it was a phishing exercise our security guys were conducting. Laziness is a line of defense. I mean, you're not wrong. But yeah, to be honest, my first thought was that's a phishing email. Like, I know what IT staff are like now with them. Although phishing scams have gotten very, very advanced, like more and more advanced as time goes by. You know, they are people who have fallen for one. You can sometimes see why. Wow. Take this. We're gonna need to go to one of these. That should be enough. I always check the email it came from before I read a message. It's my go-to indicator. That's fair. That's a good way of managing it. A thick West Country accent can be hard. It can, yes. I think I am quite lucky in that the area of the country that I'm in and the way that I've learned to speak, particularly with, you know, having to enunciate myself in kind of a court setting, you know, while learning advocacy, etc., and doing quite a lot of public speaking in that regard. I've got quite a distinct form of British when I speak. When I get too excited, however, I accelerate. Then I can be quite hard to understand. Which I am, you know, I can't really do much about. Not as hard. There are some accents in the UK, very, very heavy, you know, areas where, like, the accents are very, very hard to understand if you don't come from the UK, and even then, they can be difficult. So, like, if you don't understand a British person at any point, don't ever really feel that bad if it's, like, you know, deep Liverpool or, you know, like strong Scottish and it's not something you've got a lot of, you know, a lot of practice with. It can take a lot of time and practice to be used to a certain accent that you're hearing. I do love the electric rifle, I'm gonna be just completely honest. Let's do this. I connect it onto the mega cell. Jubblies would have been a great candy name, but the British can't behave. I don't know what you mean. We would never do something like that. When you watched Python the first time, you wish Google was around to figure out what they meant. I think a lot of people felt that with Monty Python. And quite a lot of the, quite a few of the various bits of quite, like, really good comedy are actually very specifically British in the Monty Python films, you know. It is very British humor, which is why I'm actually so pleased in a way that so many of my American friends, you know, have and have, you know, experienced Monty Python, because actually, like, some of the jokes that are in there wouldn't necessarily have been gotten without things like the internet and stuff. You know, like, it's very specific bits of British culture we've been able to share because of the internet, because of, you know, how free information has become between you know, between countries now. But like previously, no way. Like now you've got Google. If I tell you, you know, if you want a palm, if you're up north and you're getting a takeaway, you're going to a chippy, you want to get a palm, get a palm. Like if you're up in Middlesbrough, you get a palm, borough palm, PARM. Because of Google, you can look up what that is, and we can share that cultural thing. But like having to explain that every single time anyone has something that's different, you don't share that information anymore. Like you don't explore outside of that little niche. Where did that bear come from? Okay. Enrichment bear? Okay, I'm just gonna walk around, see if I've missed anything. No. Man, imagine if you were just standing talking to a cashier, and then you just start dismantling their stuff in front of them. He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy. Like I said, Monty Python has a lot to answer for in British humour. Unicorn, thank you very much for your resub with Prime, buddy. You are awesome. 6 months post now. Those of you who have Amazon Prime and haven't used your Prime sub, remember that you are contractually owed that Prime sub by Amazon. And if you don't spend it, Jeff Bezos gets to keep that money based on the contract that you've signed. And he puts that towards a diamond statue of himself on the moon. With, like, you know, titanium rings on it and stuff, you know. Real fancy stuff. He doesn't need that. Spend your Prime sub. Do it. Make sure you spend your Prime subs, chat. Go and spend them on Ferret software. What's your favorite color? Blue. No, yellow. I feel like I'm overdue a rewatch of that, to be honest. I might just leave those in there to breed. Apparently they duplicate, so I can just come back and get more BioLite from them in future. Easy. To grab some more ammunition, etc. Do not let Jeff Bezos win. Exactly. Don't let Bezos win, chat. He's already got enough. He doesn't need another one. What's going to happen if he does win that? What's going to happen is all of the billionaires are going to start playing a game of who can put like a bigger dish on the moon to reflect light in to the windows while people are sleeping. You don't want the billionaires to be competing like that. That's not going to be good for any of us. What's it all the trash? Oh, that's a small amount of ammunition. Well, frames. I would like you back, please. Thank you. I really appreciate those frames. Oh man, someone let that overflow again. It was me. I'm someone. More teddy bears so we can get more empathy in our humans when we grow them next. We will save the game, and then we will head inside the rocket complex, chat. We're gonna go send Blob to go and live with his family in the stars. This is my enhancement list. digitally born, if that helps you. So I've got maximum hall mastery, a small amount in hydraulics, a small amount in pressure, nothing in engineering, 70 in scrapper, 60 in power management, and 50 in battery. Having a 1.5 kilowatt personal battery, a 1 kilowatt on my back, and then having the electric rifle means I'm carrying about 3 kilowatts at any given time, so I can actually be quite efficient and do quite a lot of like deployment length. Time out of base. Didn't bring any with me. Fine. You're coming with me instead. Your coffee is empty. No! It's alright, the ads will be here in a minute. You can go and get yourself a refill on your coffee. And then we'll do this. I feel like when we go up here, we're going to get attacked. I don't like it. This isn't ominous at all. You can just stay safely in here. Good boy. What? The ads are here. Okay, we're gonna go and look at. We're gonna go look across the ominous gantry. I will be right back, chat. We will get started and cross into the facility after the adverts. I'm just going to go to the loo. Look after yourselves. Make sure you have some water. Your cat is slightly obsessed with Robothor. She sat right in front of the TV staring at it. Good. Your cat. What you're seeing there is your cat recognizing true art, Mori Hunter. Welcome back after the ads. Hope you're all doing good. Oh, I didn't mean to pick you up. I'm sorry. You've still got power. Oh, unfortunately, you're broken, so I'm going to save you. Saved. Look at that, chat. We saved them. We're so kind. So kind. Wait, did we leave our human behind? I feel like we might have left our human behind. Did we need the... We are meant to launch the human. We should probably go back and collect our human. Actually, I hate it when that happens and the robot disappears like that. Oh, sorry. We're also going to need some cable management resources. So let's make sure we don't do this half-assed. Our beautiful boat. The USS Bugfest. Some rifle rounds. Interesting. No human left behind. We've not left any humans behind apart from Blob, but he's fine. He's good where he is. You might not like it, but you're not human 2.0. You're not the intended, you know, the intended kind of person for it. I already... Morianty, can you get a photo of your cat looking at the Robothor? Just out of interest. We're gonna need... We'll take all of that. 6, 5 of that. I'm not sure we'll need any rubber. I'll take 5 just in case. It's pretty much always iron and plastic that we need when we're making stuff. But it's so much so I'm going to take more iron and plastic. Basically, we can carry 200 kilos. Our actual carry weight is a total of... We're currently 101 out of 200 kilos with everything we've got on us. We've still got 100 carry weight. That's the whole point. Diggy Hole's a sequel on YouTube. I feel like we didn't need a sequel. I feel like that's like Disney when they keep remaking stuff that we didn't ask for. It's the same kind of thing. Like, did anyone need second Diggy Hole? We were all pretty happy with first Diggy Hole, right? I don't know, maybe I'm just being a boomer. Things were better back in my day, you know. Everyone drove those flying cars. You stubborn about photos. I genuinely think that like there's something in the it's like the infrared light or something that comes out of the phone camera that cats can see because they seem to know. They just know. I'm not going to run a cable all the way across until I know that it's necessary, but at least we're prepared that we could run a cable across if it's necessary. You know what I mean? Oh, wait, there's like a little train. Oh, there is a train, but then I could also... There's also loot. I don't want to miss the loot. Oh, God, I'm so British about the free stuff. Must get the free stuff. Oh, they've even got organized bins. One of them for bio waste, one of them for green normal waste, one of them for glasses. Amazing. Sorry, friend. There's a ladder from that pylon. What do you mean? You found it easy to build a cable from the pylon on the right. What, over there? Okay. Interesting. We'll go explore. Thank you. That's good to know, K Smith. We'll go have a look. It's more like cats are reacting to the high-pitched noise when it tries on the camera that beyond our hearing. It could also be. That would make sense of Vendor. Welcome on in, Casement Zero, by the way. Yeah, when we were driving in on the ship, I did see this, and I thought these looked remarkably like access, but I also saw this huge square port, and I was like, the fuck is that for? So I imagine that we're going to create some kind of shuttle, etc., that's going to come out, or something. I don't know. It's a very weird, large square port. Be brave. Okay. I'm being very brave. Good forth, loot everything. There's the blast from the rocket. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. That's yeah. I can imagine you would want to probably funnel that blast away. Probably fair point. Don't need to, you know, eviscerate the surface of the water. Turn it on to steam. Nothing there. It could be. I mean, I imagine that we're gonna have to get them up to space somehow. So if we're launching a human to the moon, you guys aren't gonna believe this. Have you noticed something that we might be missing? Has anyone seen Blob? Our human. You know, the one that we're meant to be launching into space. I'm not an expert on rocketry, but I do think it would be helpful if I had brought the human with me that I'm meant to be launching into space. Why are you skipping leg day? He's not on the boat, he's just in the lobby of the area that we just cleared out with the cables. Yeah, I just didn't remember to bring him with me this far. I'm gonna blame the fact that this game isn't a co-op game, so I haven't got, you know, people to keep me on task. That's what it is. Do I need to repair something up here? So far, the game hasn't let me come anywhere that hasn't had like at least a small reason to be there, but like this seems weird. Oh, okay, it shows me that there's a power generation setup over here. Okay, so that seems to be the only area of the base that's infested for some reason. Interesting, interesting. Oh, my friend. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh. You didn't see anything, chap. Nothing happened. Ah! The hell are you? Ugly mother... No one asked you. Well, that was deeply rude. It's a bit heavy. I can't roll it. Oh, dude, how did you get that? It's so awful. I have no idea how you fell from such a long distance. Okay, so this was kind of awful. Ultra tech scrap, though, I'll take that. What were those beams that it was blasting me? Actually, I'm not sure I want to know. That was horrifying. Are there... Why is that thing aggressive to me? That's what I'm curious about, because, like, nothing else that seems to be human-made has been aggressive to me so far. So what is... Actually, that's not true. The little ones have been. Why? Yeah, why are they aggressive to me? They're only guarding human bases. So, like... As an eye laser, if you stand in this line for too long as a continuous blast, screw that. That sounds awful. Thank you. Every roly boy you found shoots you on sight while ignoring other hostiles. Yeah, see, I think that's rude. I think they're broken. I think someone needs to speak to their supervisor. The lack of trust I have for game developers showing. Give me that power. It's like a juice box, but for robots. That's how this works, chat. This is exactly what's happening when you have a juice box. Yeah. More ticks. Don't forget my backpack. I mean, yes. Yeah. Up on that ledge under the rocket and look down. I will do that during the daytime. One of the roly boys missed you and shot an angel. That would be fun. That we could set that up. Ah, I didn't bring any of the rarer stuff with me to repair one of these. It's a Lumi Max, not a Luminid. I feel like I broke that more. I do kind of like firing just it's basically just like glass shards at this thing. A Typhoon. Durability 0, durability 0. Fabric, aluminium, glass. The problem, I don't have any of those materials. Have I tried the flamethrower? I have. I did like the flamethrower. It was good fun, but I haven't enjoyed it as much as the electric rifle. Like popping a balloon. Okay, so we've got a health station and a save station up here. Do this. Save that. Okay. Oh gosh, that was awful. Splat. Okay, so the long story short is we're probably going to be on this area for quite a while, right? We've got to repair that. I mean, we don't necessarily have to repair that power. We could just pass it directly from our ship. You ever tried the electric rifle? You found the flamethrower crash your computer when burning the blobs repeatedly. Oh, well, that not ideal. Yes, that would be a problem. I could see why that would be a concern. I mean, realistically, I might just... Oh, I don't know the pattern. Fine. I don't even bother learning the pattern because everyone was saying that the Typhoon just isn't worth using. Distillation tower generates diesel, petrol, and plastic from oil and electricity. See, that sounds cool. Oil tank. So at some point, we're going to be able to get oil. Ultimate Genesis. Unlocking all the foods. Let's unlock the next one of those. Large grenade. Advanced alloy meshes are good to get, though. Okay. The forums have found evidence pointing towards something with a flamethrower causing memory leaks. That actually makes a lot of sense. We've had more stability on the days when we haven't used the flamethrower. Which is a really key thing. May as well those things in... Exactly, yeah, Swithering. Oh, those things in 20, okay. Those Lazarus pods. They are. I'm not going to say no. Why is what every hour on the... Sorry, what are we talking about, Alpha? Are you meaning my bitrate dropping drastically at the top of each hour? Yeah, the next one's due in 10 minutes time. Right, that was us switching onto emergency power. We've had to drain our backpack and everything, so we're going to head back towards our power source. Now we have a bit of an idea of what's expected of this territory area. We can kind of work towards what we're going to need to do to make it functional long term. Was it this way? Yes, it was. I'm not a total crackhead after all. Oh. Shit. Maybe I am. Because this isn't powered on this end. Ugh. Okay. Yes, maybe I am. Yeah, it's not powered. That end of the station isn't powered, so, it seems that, the train only goes one way at the moment. It says hour of the stream. Exactly, that's the point. It's every hour on the hour of my OBS hitting the hour mark. So I'm just thinking about what I'm going to do for the rest of the day and the week. We didn't look at games to play, so we could do that tomorrow. The interesting thing is that the bug isn't happening to YouTube, so it's some kind of connection between me and Twitch. I would finish exploring that whole place before I want to build up. That's what I see. I'm not planning on building up. I'm just planning on piping power into the station, K-Smith 0. I've never had this problem before today, backlog, which is interesting. See, there's Blob. I put him in the corner so well that it keeps making me think that he's like a piece of set dressing, which is why I keep forgetting him. There. We're not going to have enough cable length. The storm is just not as far as I can see. Twitch not sending your chats is okay. I might just, you know, Twitch seems to be having some significant problems today, so that's just not. Not just today. They've been doing it a lot for you, Balthazar. Happens for the week. Been a thing for you for a few days. This one in the corner. I don't have any in there. Okay. Nice. That's advanced alloy meshes are pretty hard to come by, so not going to complain about that. You put a picture of the cat in the pet channel? Oh, thank you, Mori Hunter. I appreciate that greatly, my man. Okay, how are we on diesel? We're actually really good on diesel. Good sign. I'm going to see if we can fill our diesel off. That. Oh. As I'm new here, not quite sure how much help you like from the audience. Aside from spoilers, how much advice? I'm very fine with tips, Caseman Zero. I'm very fine with you giving me like cool little hints of, oh yeah, you can do this better, or did you know that you can use X, Y, and Z feature in this way to do that? Absolutely fine with that. I don't tend to like this is the story kind of spoilers. Tips, fine, but story bits, I tend to not enjoy that much because like that's not adding to my gameplay experience in any way to know that information other than to take away from my own surprise. Whereas the tips of discovering it, I really appreciate when people give me little like hints on it. Really good. Like some of the tips people have given me about, you know, hiding things in their roofs and stuff have been really helpful on this. Right, chat, I think what I've decided to do is I am knackered from having already done 5 hours of work before the stream. I've got a whole week of stream that I want to do, and I've got a bunch of games this week that I want to cover off. We are going to end the stream here rather than go through another round of people getting kicked off and the stream potentially crashing, etc. And tomorrow we'll go live normal time. We'll you know, we'll play the game through and we'll actually launch the human, get all this set up and work through this entire base setup. So I am going to end here for the day. I know it's a lot earlier than normal. It's a much shorter stream. But I really appreciate you all for being here. We are going to raid into the Ferret stream. If you don't know the Ferret stream, Ferret Software is a rescue which is funded purely by the ad revenue of you guys watching here on Twitch. Really, really good stream. They have a couple of new intakes coming in soon, I believe, so keep an eye out. I really appreciate you all for being here. Thank you again to people like Sindri, Luke, Balthazar, Salachi. Thank you for those amazing gift bombs earlier for really kind of inspiring me to keep going despite the issues. You guys are all awesome. I will catch you guys later. Take it easy. I hope you've had a good stream so far today, and I will see you later this week. Have a good one. Take it easy. Take it easy, Thurston. Thank you very much, Juan Solo. Thank you very much for being here, YouTube.